Hello? Happy New Year to Australia. Down under in Sydney, I think you already had the new year, like literally just a couple of minutes ago. And hello everybody in the chat. Hello to all my wonderful viewers and the chatters and everybody. Hi. I've been reading the comments as the setup was getting ready. I hope you're having a wonderful New Year's Eve. This is going to be a really fun live stream, let me tell you, because, well, first let me check that my audio is correct on my own little connection here. How's everybody doing? Jack says, oh my God, Dacob, this intro is iconic. Hi, Jack. Hi, Melly. Love the intro. Thank you, guys. Andrew, hi, Andrew. How you doing, sweetie? Iconic in every effing way. MK, oh, hi, MK. How's it going? Miranda, hello, David. Hello, everybody. Okay, let me see if I can see myself here and if I can hear myself. Just checking. Hold on a second, you guys. Oh, yes. Come on, talk, Dacob. Oh, yes. Okay, good. Alrighty. Cool. So guess what we're going to do today, you guys? Is there anybody else? Oh, hi, Milan. Hi, nice. Hello, Milan. Welcome to the chat. Melly says, love your hair. Thank you. Yeah, it's falling apart, is it? It's all over the place, the hair today. But it took a long time to get it in the very 90s Prince. We're serving up some mid-90s Prince / Madonna vibes. She would be dressed back then in Tom Ford for Gucci. I'm wearing Versace from the tribute collection, and then I'm wearing a Y3 Yohji Yamamoto shirt. I'm wearing a Vivienne Westwood giant crystal orb with gold and crystal, because it is the New Year's Eve after all, and I'm wearing a Chanel earring, so there's a combination of all the things I love the most in one look. It's a very symbolic time, so we are preparing for New Year's Eve, no matter which part of the world you're in, and by preparing for New Year's Eve, I'm thinking, you know, the symbology is I just put on a little bit of all the things I love that mean something to me, or that meant something to me in this year in particular, and perfume-wise as well. I'm going to get to asking you what perfumes you're wearing, but I'm actually going to really ask you what perfumes you're wearing. No, really going to ask you what perfumes you're wearing, because we're going to be talking. I have my iPad here, and literally, hey, Emilio, how's it going, sweetie? Hey. Mikey Otto, hey, how's it going? Oh, you look beautiful. Thank you so much. Got my obsession today. Thank you for always sharing and reviewing. I can sense how it will enrich my life, and so do you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Listen, New Year's resolutions, like no other year. This year is like no resolution for me. I mean, I want all the best for everybody, health, success, happiness, love, you know, all the shebang. But usually at the end of the year, you're like, you know, okay, this is my list, my New Year's resolution. This is what I want to do for next year, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, life has this tendency of slapping you in the face when you least expect it. And like you're planning what you want to do, and then life does whatever it wants to do. So I'm like thinking, let's not plan too much. Let's just live happily. I don't want to say let's just survive. Let's embellish. This is my idea. Maybe this is a resolution. Just embellish whatever is given. Just embellishing a little bit the reality. Whatever life throws at us, I'm like, okay, I'll just spray a bit of perfume on top of it and I'm going to make it smell good. Whatever life, you know what I mean? Simple things that are going to make me happy, which is what I learned in 2020. Actually, the good thing about 2020 is that I've learned to minimize emotions, minimize movement. Unfortunately, I minimized movement to the point where I did not move enough, so I gained weight. So I have to work. Perhaps that's something I got to work on. Yeah, that's something I have to work on in terms of 2021. If I am allowed to go more out, obviously, if I am allowed to move more freely, then, because I haven't been very disciplined this year in terms of just, being at home and working out at home. I could have done a lot more. I've done a little bit, but not, I need to go out. I need to have some sort of like a motion task to go from A to B, something, rather than my tasks are from bed to couch to bathroom to kitchen to, camera, bathroom, couch, kitchen, bedroom. That's kind of like the movement. That's all, you know what I mean? There's like no crazy moving and losing weight going on. So maybe that is a resolution, maybe a bit more movement. But again, it's a very minimal resolution. It's like, hey, let's have like let's move a bit more in 2021. I mean, that one's easy to fulfill. I could end 2021 and say, hey, I moved more. Yay, the resolution has been compiled. I feel so accomplished. You know what I mean? Something like that. No. Anyway, modesty, right? Modesty. We've learned modesty. We've learned, some of us have not, but most of us have learned to be more humble in this year. I think this year showed us kind of humility. I think in many ways, modesty and humility in many ways. And speaks the person dressed in a Versace shirt, totally decadent baroque with a scarab earring on. But I mean, in the spirit, doesn't mean that I gotta dress modestly if I'm feeling modest. You know what I mean? Are you feeling me? We got 9 minutes to go until the Japanese New Year, by the way, which we're going to celebrate together. So Japan, South Korea, Tixi in Russia, and Manokwari, Indonesia we're going to celebrate. So if anybody's watching us from Japan, South Korea, Tixi, Russia, or Manokwari, Indonesia, well, we're here for you. We're going to have our first New Year's. By the way, so how many minutes we got left? 9 minutes, 8 to 9 minutes. This is going to be exciting. And right after we celebrate the New Year's Eve for Japan and Co., I'm going to get into the calling. Now, how does this work? Whoever wants to, I'm going to go, give me a second. Let me get to my Instagram. So if you want to call in, basically, you're going to just write, if you want to call in and be live, recorded, in the fashion bunker for all eternity, you can do so. You have to just DM me, direct message me on my Instagram profile, Super Dacob, all spelled together. You could see it down below here. So don't call me. I will not take any calls. You just DM me that you want to be a part of it. Just say, hey, Dacob, I want to be in the live. I want you to call me in the live. And I'm going to go through the DMs and I'm going to, I have to, everybody has to be vetted. So what does this mean? You have to follow me. I mean, you don't have to follow me now just for the sake of calling me, but I have to know who you are. I'm not going to call somebody who's going to troll and say weird stuff on camera. If you do so, you're blocked, eliminated for all eternity. So be polite, be nice, be kind. So I'm going to check through the requests and the DMs, and then I'm going to go through them, and then I'm going to pick a person, and then I'm going to call. And then we're going to say a quick hello, a little exchange, and then don't be too greedy because we got to get to the next person. And then I'm going to say, then we're going to say, love you too, Happy New Year. And then we're going to move to the next call. That's the idea. This is the first time I've ever done this really live, so I'm super excited about doing it. I thought, what a great opportunity to experiment this and try it out together for New Year's Eve. Like, let's end the year with a bang. Let's end the year with something new, something innovative, something even more interactive, some sort of communication where it's not just typing and you kind of just passively listening to what's being said, but you get to say your own, to speak your own mind. So that's the idea. Thank you so much. So Super Dacob, all spelled together on Instagram. You could just direct message me, and we're going to go from there. Gosh, okay. The requests. Yeah, it's always, I hate that requests things. Because there's a lot of things to go through there. Alrighty. Okay, okay. I already have. So another thing I gotta mention. Okay, Jack, I just liked your message. I will call you, but let me just tell you one thing. Um, Remember, you guys, this is just audio. So please, for the sake also of my internet, turn off your camera. When I call you, I'll turn off mine because obviously you see me here. But you turn off your camera. I just need the audio. And if you leave your camera on, that's going to kind of suck up a lot of my internet. So we're going to slow down the live stream. So please remember, when I do call you, just click your camera off. Just allow the microphone, basically. And yes, and you could also mute, if you can, mute the stream, right? So otherwise you're going to hear everything double. And since the stream, we're almost at 1-to-1, like it's almost in real time. I have the feeling we're off by a couple of seconds. So if you leave the live stream running with the audio running on the live stream, plus you're hearing me talk with you through Instagram, you're going to hear everything double with like 10 seconds delay. So, you know, when I do call you, turn down the audio of the live stream and turn off your camera in the call, and then we're good to go. I think I'm gonna start calling you guys. Well, in 5 minutes, it's the new year. So let's just maybe perhaps wait until the big hour has struck. And then after that, we're gonna get into the calls. Let me read a couple of messages until then. And Milan says, my boyfriend and I are following and loving you. Thank you so much, Milan. Lots of love to you and your boyfriend, and a happy new year. Hey, Trin, how's it going? Trin says, hi. Hey, Emilio, hi. Okay. Wow, Dacob, didn't know you were such a morning person. I told you, the fashion bunkers like Las Vegas, dear, there's no sleeping. There's like no morning, day, or night. I wake up whenever I need to wake up, whenever there's a job to be done. And when there's a job to be did. So yeah. And also I was thinking, like, what's the best time for this? Because how are you going to do it? You know, New Year's Eve, it's a 24-hour affair, really, if you're going to catch every New Year's Eve from every country, continent. So I thought this would be like a good compromise in some way in terms of the hours, so people still have time to celebrate whatever they're going to do alone, whatever, or if they have some other plans, but they still kind of can find the time to tune in and spend some time together with me. So I thought this would kind of be the best hour. But I mean, you tell me if you're okay with it, guys. Amina says, very Vivienne Westwood looking pendant. Yes, Amina, it is Vivienne Westwood. This is the Vivienne Westwood giant orb from the 90s, the crystal version of the giant orb. It is Vivienne Westwood. Melly says, oh my God, listening to 90s music right now. Yep. We got Prince and Madonna vibes going on today. Lucas, hi Lucas, how's it going, sweetie? Hi Dacob, champagne time? Actually, darling, I'm starting with dirty martinis. Filthy, really filthy dirty. There's a lot of olives in here and a lot of olive juice, and it's a vodka dirty martini. The vermouth is in there, the vodka is in there, the olive juice is in there, and I cannot wait. But I gotta wait because I'm gonna start getting tipsy if I start drinking here, guys. Dacob rocking probably the only nice thing Versace has made in 20 years, says Andrew. This is my favorite Versace pattern. Andrew, you're so right. I mean, he did a lot of amazing things, but I love the theater, the Teatro, Atelier Versace, and then also the Versace collection. The Teatro print is just to die for. I adore that print so much. And I love the fact that they redid it in pastel colors for the tribute collection. So very happy I managed to score this shirt. Justin says, can't stand, fortunately, but Happy New Year, Dacob. Happy New Year, Justin. Thank you for tuning in. Oana Popanimigan says, hi, Dacob. Hi, Oana. Hi, everyone. I wish you all Happy New Year in a hopefully healthier and better world. Amen to that, sister. Happy New Year, everyone, says Aisha. Oh, hey, Aisha. How's it going, sweetie? Okay, let me repeat. We're going to be calling people in. Write me, direct message me on my Instagram, Super Dacob, all spelled together. If you want to be live with me in the Fashion Bunker, I will call you. Do not call me. And I'll see the requests that are coming in, and then I'll call you back if anybody wants to be called. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking. All right, Jack, are you ready? I'll be calling you now. I'm turning off the camera. You got to turn off the camera too. Oops, got to put on this.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, you are on YouTube live, Jack. Welcome to the welcome to the Fashion Bunker.
Well, it's been years in the making, Dacob.
Thank you. Oh, we got a super chat from George. Thank you so much, George. Well, there you go. Oh, wait. Sorry, Jack. You see, this is multitasking. You're with me in the studio now. Wait, let me just blow this little thing. No pun intended. There you go. I blew one of these little guys for George. Okay, Jack, how's it going, first of all?
Well, it's going great. I'm all alone. 2020 vibes. Completely alone for New Year's, but that's fine.
You're completely... No, you're not alone. You're with us, first of all.
Yes. I'm with all 48 of us.
Are we 48? We're growing.
Yes.
Listen, we're growers. We're not showers.
Yes, we are, Dacob.
Do you have any drinks there with you?
I have my lovely glass of Pepsi Cola. Nothing alcoholic.
Oh, no, that's okay, too. I mean, wait, I don't know if you want to share where you are. I mean, I know where you are, but I don't know if you want other people to know.
I'm in London.
Are you okay in London? Okay, London. So you have a couple of hours yet to go until your New Year's.
Yes, I definitely do.
Which perfume are you wearing today?
I am wearing Incense Avignon by Comme des Garçons.
Ooh, good one. I almost wore that one today. I almost did because I thought something austere and regal.
Yes.
But then last minute, I thought I got to zhuzh it up a little bit for the live because I need that energy going and flowing. So I went for Carnal Flower last minute.
Oh, I'm going to buy it. I know I am.
I mean, you know, they do these little 10 ml versions as well.
I do. But I've got 4 samples on the way. So I'm going to try it out for a while.
Okay, because like if you don't want to commit to like a huge bottle immediately. But let me tell you, I went through those little 10 ml bottles, and I was like, at one point I was like, okay, I'm spending too much money because these little 10 ml bottles are so expensive. Like the ratio milliliter per dollar is just so high. Better buy a bigger bottle, but yeah.
You could probably get like 10 sample bottles, 1 ml bottles for cheaper.
But aren't they the 1.5 mil?
Oh, they might be.
But those are actually freebies, unless you don't buy the package, like the whole set. Like there's like a try out, test me out set kind of thing. Are you talking about that?
No, I just got them secondhand.
Oh, right. Somebody like sold their samples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for getting the merch, by the way. I love the way.
I know. I have it next to me because I thought it might be video.
No, it's not video because if we do video, the whole thing.
Yeah.
We tried last week again. We tried last week with video, and it backfired. I still need to collect a bit more funds to get the proper technology set up to do video just the right way. It's a bit messy with video, but we'll get there eventually. I mean, look, this is already a huge step up. Like live, like an Ask Dacob session live is like whoop whoop. Do you have any questions for me?
Really good, Dacob, honestly.
I'm happy. I hope the people hear us well. I'm not so sure.
I hope they do.
I mean, let me see. There's a lot of...
Hi, Audrey.
Oh, Audrey said hi to Jack. Yeah. To Shara, how you doing, sweetie? I wore some Sarah de Parfum and accidentally spilled Mitsuko Eau de Cologne on floor and on myself about 20 minutes. Oh, no. It brings good luck. Don't worry about it. You're going to smell amazing.
The house wears the perfume.
Oh, my God. Who wears the perfume?
The house.
Oh, yes, the house. Of course, the house. Yes, and the house is going to smell miraculously. You're going to enter 2021 with incredible vibes. Do you have any questions for me, Jack? Like, I don't know, want to talk about something? Any topics that are on your heart?
You know what? I don't, but I've been watching you since 2016.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. And it's been a very long time. I think you are one of the most underrated YouTubers in the fashion scene.
Thank you. Yeah.
You deserve a huge amount of praise for what you do, because this is a lot of dedication. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, it means the world to me when you guys tell me that. And I mean, all of you that are in the chat, you know, I know all of you. We chat all the time. We communicate all the time. And a lot of people tell me this, and it's kind of always like, it's kind of hard for me to react to it because, like, what are you going to do? It's like, I don't want to fall into that, you know, gossipy YouTuber thing where you just kind of create drama to get more views. That would be the easy way to grow a channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to do the whole... I mean, there's so many options you could do. There's so many ways that you could hype everything up. I don't know. I don't know. I guess my moral is a little bit cleaner, perhaps. I just want to...
You've got integrity.
Right. And you know how far integrity gets you in this world? Not far.
Not very far.
No.
And, you know, you've got, you know, you can make cheap content that has no real content, you know what I mean? And you get lots of views. But is it worth it? I don't know. You'll get there one day, I think. Yeah,
as I said, we're growers, not showers. And by that, no pun intended, but what I meant is it takes good time. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. And honestly, and I think it's the type of content, because I see also you guys, like when I post my videos online right now, I mean, now that we're live, it's a different situation, but even if I pre-record a video and then I read all the comments, like there are really important big comments under the videos, meaning that people really engage. It's not just like, hi, bye. There's like a whole context.
It's because you create a conversation, you start it, and we will talk about it. We're a community, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely what I love about the channel. But of course, it takes time to find the right people that are interested in the same topics, that really want to contribute. And I think that's why it also takes more time to grow a community like that, because it's not like a one-trick pony type of scenario.
It's like a bonsai tree.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good analogy.
It takes hundreds of years to cultivate and, you know, get the right shape and all of that stuff.
What do you do for a living? Do you study? Do you work? Do you...
I'm in my last year of university, and I'm qualifying to become a teacher.
Oh, I love a little bit of pedagogy going on down there. Teacher of general or...
media and film production.
Media and film production. You know that Vivienne Westwood is a teacher too?
Yes, well, she was. I watched those videos on YouTube of her doing her classes.
She was well, I mean, she studied to be a teacher. She's an educated teacher, and she never stops teaching. Like the second you engage with her, she educates you.
Oh, absolutely.
So the movie that I worked on, with the Art Lovers Unite, which will come out after the lockdown.
I'm anticipating it very much.
It was crazy because the second she talks to you, she educates you, even if she's not trying. Yeah, immediately, because she's like this well of knowledge. It's just so profound and goes so deep. It's so wonderful. And then you can't really do chit chat with Vivienne Westwood. The second she says something, you start learning. It's so...
Yeah, you've got to be toned down to listen. Well, not toned down, but tuned in. You've got to be tuned in to have a conversation with everything. You
have to be totally tuned in, and you have to be ready to listen a lot, because she goes on monologues.
Oh.
And which is fine, but you got to be prepared for it. You got to just be ready to soak it all in like a sponge. And if you're ready for that, then you're going to get the best out of Viv, because she will stop at a certain point and then she will ask you something as well. If you don't interrupt her, that's the magic. That's how you get the most magic out of her, really.
I hate when I've seen so many interviews with Vivienne where they interrupt her constantly.
They interrupt her and they make fun of her. Yeah, it's terrible.
It's like, why is she even on there if you're going to interrupt her? Just let her talk.
Because television has always like these limitations. If it's an interview for news, or when she went, you know, I hated that moment when she went to the Met Gala. It was dedicated to punk, and she, you know, she's the mother of punk, so she was the guest of honor, and that was the year when Bradley Manning, now Chelsea Manning, was in prison, right? And she wanted to free Chelsea Manning, or Bradley back then, and she was wearing her wonderful dress to the Met Gala, and all the reporters were interviewing her, but she had, I don't know if you remember, she had this plastic little just a little
Yeah,
plastic pouch hanging off her neck with a handmade little ribbon, not even a ribbon, like just a cord. And she had Bradley's face in there. And then whenever I saw a reporter would ask her like, oh, Dame, because she's a dame also, Dame Vivienne Westwood, what do you think about this wonderful evening dedicated to you? She's like, no, hold on a minute. What I really want to say is free Bradley Manning. And all of the, and the news anchors in America were like, cut. And I'm thinking to myself,
this gigantic event to talk about Bradley.
but that's punk. At the end of the day,
Yeah, it is.
It is about freedom of expression. And I'm like, Anna, Miss Winter, you want to create a collection, an exhibition at the Met Gala dedicated to punk and to Vivienne Westwood? Well, then prepare the news anchors, the casters, whoever is interviewing her, that you want punk? You're going to get punk. You wanted the bicycle? Pedal. Because that's Vivienne. You can't control her. And I mean, she came to speak her truth. And they tried to shut her up, like they always do. And also the British media, oh my gosh. Do you remember those interviews? You can still find them on YouTube from the 90s, 80s and 90s when they would interview.
Oh my God, that one where she was absolutely humiliated.
Yes. And the models were in the room too. Yeah.
It made me cry the first time I saw it because I love her so much.
But she kept her ground.
She absolutely did. But I can't believe you put someone on a show and humiliate her while she's showing her collection.
That was so beyond humiliating and cringe, but not for her, for the news anchors or whoever was interviewing. I thought to myself,
I don't even know who it was. Irrelevant.
oh my God, I was like, you bunch of losers. How dare you? First of all, you misunderstood everything she's about. And second of all, you're showing how ignorant you are. And you hope that the audience is going to go along with you. Like that they're going to be at your minimal babuine level. And they weren't really. Some of them were, some of them weren't. But she was so cool. At one point, she just said, well, if you're going to keep making fun of me, we can stop the interview right now. Oh, man. So you're going to educate kids or grown-ups?
15 to 18-year-olds. I'm going to educate them.
That means that you have a lot of patience.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't what I expected to do when I entered university, but it's where I am now, so I'm going to live with it. And I think I'm good for it, you know?
I mean, teenager kids, you need a world of patience.
I know.
But don't you worry, if you are in a pickle and you feel like you want to vent, just DM me. I'm there for you. Just like say like, oh, Dacob, oh my gosh, another day with the teenies.
Oh, God, I can't imagine.
But you know what? I mean, the interaction I've had with you until now in the chats, and I mean, I've known you virtually for a couple of years too. From what I've seen, you have a very gentle soul. And so...
Oh, thank you, Dacob.
Thank you. But what I want to say is, I think the kids are going to be lucky to have you. Whoever gets you in their class and whoever gets an opportunity to get a part of your soul and to get part of your energy, to get that in the same room together with you, I think they're going to be very lucky. So kids out there, you're going to be lucky.
That's very sweet. Thank you, Dacob.
We all try to give our best. I mean, what can I tell you? It doesn't always work out. You can't always make everybody happy, but we go on, we move on. I mean, from the little things, like, for example, you know, I make a topic about a video and then in the comments, they're like, oh, but I wanted that other thing. I'm like, you're never happy. Or, and yeah, or like, I have blonde hair. Oh, you look good with dark hair. The hair gets darker. You look better blonde. The hair's growing out. I was better shorter. Then some people are commenting on my short hair videos saying like, you looked better with long hair. I'm like, looked better with long hair? I'm like, I have, because people sometimes don't look at the date the video was posted.
Ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. So sometimes they comment thinking that that's a video from yesterday. And I'm like, wait a minute, this video, no. Yeah. Do you have any New Year resolutions? I'm gonna drink some water now.
New Year's resolutions. No, I don't want any.
Good. I'm also like, no.
Too much responsibility. I just don't want that.
No, it's too much responsibility. How did you manage through 2020? How did it go for you? I mean, good in terms of health and I don't know.
I am instinctively an extremely lonely person. So spending 9 months completely alone was not difficult. The thing I found trouble with was like coming to terms with what my place is in the problematic, situation, how I contribute to things like systemic racism, perhaps, or my white privilege. That's what I really had to confront this year.
Yeah. Well, that's a conversation that should not just end this year. It's something that has to go on and on and on, and it should never stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Waking up to that, acknowledging it. Just like I was talking about Vivian, you know, like listening to what people have to say that are actually really living the problems and the trouble. Listening to their needs. What do they want us to do? What sort of help or support can we deliver? That's a conversation that's going to be, you know, this has to go on and on and on. And it's not something that can easily be dismissed with one black picture posted on Instagram.
Of course.
Like, honestly, you know, it's a joke, really. It has to, it goes deep.
It definitely does. You know, and I saw a lot of people posting that on that day. And then the next day, same thing, selfies, beach pictures. It's like, did you learn anything? Did you do anything? What did you actually contribute?
Nothing. It was just a fashion for them.
Yeah.
Because they want to be a part of something. They want to be a part of something cool. So they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to post the black picture too because, yeah, everybody is. So, like, it's cool. I'm like, no, it's not cool, actually. It's sad.
Donate a shit ton of money. Oops, I swore, sorry.
Oops.
Just donate money. Do something actually, you know, that contributes.
And listen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's always the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which most of us tend to forget. I mean, some people are really good listeners, but some people are not good listeners.
I think we need to have like a section in education that teaches us to have empathy and to listen to people.
Empathy is so important.
We should have empathy classes when we're kids.
That is aren't there any in England?
I don't think so.
I mean, they might not call them empathy. Maybe they call them
humanities.
Like social skill interact. Because I mean, I think I would say the biggest tool you need in society is empathy. So it should be listed under social skills.
Well,
socializing.
No one I know was taught it. I think it needs to happen.
I mean, and if they don't let you just teach that, you could always trick the system. You could always find ways to sneak it in. You know,
of course.
Yeah, you give the title for your lecture, you know, you make it sound like, okay, you're fulfilling the quota of whatever you need to teach the kids according to the government, whatever the school system tells you have to teach them. But then you hide the empathy education underneath the veneer of the surface of the subject. You know what I mean? Which is kind of what I do with my YouTube channel as well. I mean, you know, because you've been following me for a long time, but you know, even the most superficial of titles on a video, like, oh, my bag collection. The one that I just posted yesterday, yeah, we begin with the superficial 5 leather bags, but then the second half of the video is about education. It's about how you're supposed to behave with other human beings. Don't mistreat people that you're visiting in a store. You know what I mean? Like, we dig underneath the surface and we go deeper, even though the topic at first glance appears to be very superficial. I mean, there's nothing more superficial than showing a bag, making a video about a bag. I mean, there's no beating around the bush about that. But there are ways of tarning and putting underneath that surface more, if you want.
Yeah, as a teacher, you like plant the seeds, you know, and they should blossom in, you know, young people.
That's a beautiful feeling. Could you imagine, like, after a couple of years, you followed the kids through, I don't know how many grades or classes or whatever, how your system works. And then when they're done, then they move on to the next level and then they remember you. And then like 10 years after that, they go back, oh, remember our teacher. Oh, it was so much fun. Thank you so much. You changed our lives. My teacher, one of my teachers changed my life too. I mean, she made me really love ancient literature, like Latin and Greek literature. And well, the translated version, I'm still not, I can't. Ancient Greek, ancient Greek is just impossible, but for me at least. And so the translations and the beauty of those texts, oh my gosh. And so I guess a couple of years after I was finished with school, you know, I met her again and I told her, I said, thank you so much because you ignited a spark in me, like a light, and it's a flame that's still burning thanks to you.
Yeah.
So she cried, and then I cried, and then and then she gave me like another two titles of books I should read, and I cried. And
They'll always do that.
they'll always do that, but they're so. And she's the one who taught me this incredible say. I was like 15 or 16. I said to her, I don't know what we were talking about. It was during like a break between two periods or something. And I said, you know, I had difficulty sleeping. I'm falling asleep lately. And this was, you know, I was already into puberty and already like really the head was thinking a lot. And she said, of course, Dacob, every intelligent human being cannot fall asleep easily. The second you start thinking, all those thoughts run through your head. She's like, only the ignorant can fall asleep without a thought in their mind.
Absolutely.
And I was like, wow.
I agree. Yeah.
I was like,
and the same thing happened to me with my teacher. I reached out to her this year because she's kind of the reason that I wanted to go into teaching. And we had a little conversation and kind of the same thing. So yeah, it's a shared experience. She
or he told you that they all similar. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
With the sleep issue?
No, just with like reaching out to teachers you've had in the past and reconnecting and rekindling that, you know?
And sometimes, still to this day, she influences me. Like I find out things like how she, in the best of ways, manipulated the situation back then to stimulate our curiosity as well. So certain ways I go about being analytical about things, I catch myself thinking the way that she taught me also to be analytical and to have it as a tool to be able to understand situations, you know, and think with my own mind rather than being passive. And it's just always so wonderful because still to this day, I kind of thank her. I mean, you know, I haven't seen her in many years now, but I always think about her and I always say, oh, thank you so much. Like, I don't know, the way that the ripple effect of that little pebble that she threw into this huge, you know, water that is me, those little waves, they're still there. You know, the waters have not calmed since. And so I think
those ripples just get bigger and bigger and bigger. They don't stop.
Yes. And this brings me to the point of education. You guys, education is so important. Now in America, education is terrible. Like people have to literally be privileged to study, and it should be free for everyone, because education is not just about being bored at home, having to read 30 books before an exam and thinking, oh, I wish I could go out with my friends and drink instead. It's actually giving you a tool, not just to get a job one day, but it gives you a tool to one day be able to, again, empathy. It all goes back to that. The more you learn and the more empathy you gain in life, because with more knowledge you accumulate, you're going to realize you're going to need to scream less at others. You're going to have a civil conversation with people. Winning an argument is not going to be all about who's louder of the two people, you know? Sometimes winning an argument is about knowing how to listen to the person you're talking to rather than beating them by screaming at them.
I can't wait for the day where two sides can have an argument that is not about shouting.
It's so typical. And, yeah, and I think I have the feeling it's getting worse in our society. It's like, it's all about, and we live in this Twitter world where, you know, like the pun has to be delivered loud and clear, and it has to be kind of funny, but stupid funny so that the masses can get the pun. And it has to be degrading in a way. And I'm like, wow, this is what we've reduced ourselves to. These are not...
Because it's so easy. I catch myself falling into that trap so often, and I have to like retract my steps and just stop and think about what I'm doing.
But I think we all fall into that.
It's easy to like call someone something really evil just on Twitter, because it's like it's nothing. There's no one there.
There's no one there, and it's like this vent machine where you just vomit all your frustrations onto people, total strangers, really, and ultimately it doesn't make you feel better.
Nope, makes you feel worse.
It makes you feel worse, and then you just got to do it again and again. It's like this sick drug that just takes us nowhere. It just bites off your liver bit by bit until there's nothing left, really.
Yeah.
Oh, fun talk for 2020.
What a positive talk to end the year on.
No, it's okay. I mean, listen, it is what it is. I'm just so happy that we can on my channel at least, talk about these things so openly without having to sugarcoat everything and make everything sound like, oh, it's all amazing. Dandelions and daisies and flowers in the meadows. And we're going to sugarcoat everything. I mean, I get it. People want to unwind. Usually when people turn on YouTube, they think, okay, I want to watch something that's going to relax me. I've had a hard, long day. So you're going to tune into those channels that just offer light entertainment. Very rarely do we turn on YouTube to actually get an education. I mean, sure, if you want to know how to screw a bolt that has 7 stars and things, and you need the tool and you need a tutorial, that sort of education, you're going to go to YouTube to find a tutorial on how to comb your cat, whatever. But nobody really goes to YouTube, or almost nobody really goes to YouTube to just kind of really engage in a constructive conversation, really. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's so rare, really rare. So I'm just happy that we can call each other, like, at least, no, it's starting. I mean, I'm trying to develop this system to have more and more interaction happening. Yeah. I mean, already hearing the voice is amazing. I hope that, the guys in the chat can hear us well.
I've been reading it. I think they can, so that's good.
Oh, Anna says, love this. Every intelligent person cannot fall asleep easily. And so true, I guess. Oh, Audrey says, beautiful discussion. Ananta says, great conversation. I'm a teacher myself, but in a primary school, 6th grade. MK says, that's funny. When I was 13, my French literature teacher was also very instrumental in who I am today. Another funny point, she was often dressed in Chanel, pink and black tailleur. I'm not so sure how to pronounce this. Cartable? Or cartable, I don't know, matelassé, flat shoes, gold-plated costume, jewelry. Wow. Wow, okay, well,
Teaching in Chanel.
Teaching in Chanel, I mean, I guess that school had a good salary. Because
she inherited it.
Or she inherited it, yeah. Or she owned the school. Right? Oh, wait. MK says this at the top of the chat. I just need to go. Okay. This matter of racial matter this year has been a joke. Wonderful example of hypocrisy, cool labeling, and political appropriation. Oh. Ananta says, hey, Dacob, first time taking part of the live feed. Yeah. Well, welcome, Ananta.
Welcome, Ananta.
Amy says, what great conversation. All right. Well, Jack, let me try to see if there's somebody else. I can call you back again in case, let me just see if there's somebody else who wants to tune in. Mm-hmm. But I cannot see unless I don't hang up. Wait, or can I?
Okay.
Oh, no, wait. Am I still with you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Because, wait, I got to... Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, yeah, there's a list of people waiting. I see.
Okay, well, we've had our time.
All righty. Okay, sweetie. Okay. So, Jack, my dear, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you for calling me, Dacob.
And talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Take care. Bye. So, what time is it now? We got... Right, so now it's... half an hour to go till the next New Year's Eve, you guys. So in half an hour time, Perth, Australia is going to celebrate 2021. Denpasar, Indonesia is going, I hope I pronounce it, Denpasar, Indonesia. In Indonesia will celebrate 2021. Brunei will celebrate 2021. Hong Kong, the Philippines, Singapore, and Malaysia, plus China. Now, I know Chinese New Year is a bit later. I mean, in 2 months' time, somewhere in February, I guess. But for those people who live in China that celebrate the other New Year's Eve, we'll celebrate also in half an hour. So in half an hour's time, we're gonna do another little, New Year's Eve moment. So let's see who else we got here in the list. Okay, let's see. All right, so, okay, the next one, the next time I'm going to call you Mateusz. I think it's Mateusz, or is it Matthew? But it's Mateusz, right? I'm going to call you. Are you ready for the call? Because you wrote me. Oh, you just wrote me a couple. Okay, I'm calling you now. Just remember, turn the camera off, just the audio, please, because the camera sucks out too much of the internet. And I'm calling you right now. Well, let's see if you're going to answer. I drink a little bit of water. Hey, can you turn off the camera, please? Thank you. You're live on YouTube. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. You're live on YouTube in the Fashion Bunker. Welcome. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, you can call me Matthew.
Matthew. But it's Mateusz, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so it's Mateusz. I'm going to call you the way you want me to call you.
Okay.
So welcome to the Fashion Bunker. How are you doing?
I'm great, and I can see that you have really great conversation before me with Jack.
Yes. So you've been listening. Okay, so you heard our conversation.
Yeah. I'm watching you like for about half an hour.
Okay, good. No, so you heard, yeah. Okay, that's great. So I don't know. I mean, we've chatted before. I know you, but I don't know what I'm allowed to say about you in terms of, do you want to share with us what you do, where you come from?
Only
what you want to say.
So I'm from Poland, and we have a few hours to start a new year. So what I do, I'm a graphic designer. I'm making some illustrations for a Polish brand. We produce like T-shirts. This is always inspired by Polish literature.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and I'm watching your videos. I think like I don't know, for many years now.
Oh boy.
maybe like 2016, 17, something around that.
Yeah.
And I am also amazed that you can talk about perfumes like no other YouTuber.
Oh, thank you.
Because I think that you're the only one person that I know from like, you're not from my country, so that you can talk about perfumes like, like real art, not just like from the point of view of a collector, like, just simple plain review of perfume. There's much more with it.
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess it to me, I did not grow up in the kind of society we have today where there exists such a thing as like social media or like videos on YouTube where people can actually review perfumes. When I was growing up, there was no such thing. There was nothing. There was just the perfume. And so all I had was my imagination. Every time I was confronted with a fragrance, to me it was like a mystery. Every time I smelled a new perfume for the first time, I felt compelled to invent a story around it, for me, what it made me feel. And I think since I was a kid, I've always developed that imagination for me personally. So that means that with time, I developed a language around perfumes because I see them as these magical, almost, landscapes, like paintings that a painter would, paint with strokes. Some brush strokes are quick and heavy or light, and some others are very saturated, and some strokes are just so delicate, like feathers, like light. And perfumes to me are just the same. So a certain perfume will move me to envision it as this heavy oil painting, and maybe another perfume will make me see it as a graffiti on a wall, and another perfume, you know, I visualize things. I'm a very visual person. So I think that's what maybe differentiates me a lot from other people reviewing fragrances, because at the end of the day, you know, I force myself sometimes. Sometimes I forget to do so, but usually people then tell me, Dacob, you forgot to say, how's the longevity? How's the projection? And I'm like, I don't care about those things, but okay. And you know what I mean? Like, to me, it doesn't mean who cares? Projection, I wear it for me. I don't care. Some perfumes are so beautiful because you have to dig your nose into your skin to smell them. And some perfumes are beautiful because you can smell them from a mile away. They don't all have to be huge projection beasts.
And you can see, even now, the way you speak about perfumes, you know, I am myself, you know, I have finished my art school, so I don't really like call myself being an artist, but, you know, I have an artist diploma.
Yeah.
And even myself, you know, with my imagination, like I think I couldn't even talk about perfumes the way you do. Although I have to sometimes, you know, create something, like I am a creative person. You know, for me, perfumes are mostly connected to fashion, like certain, I don't know, house or a brand have a vision.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, sometimes I can feel that I like something, like this is me in a way, but I don't have that kind of imagination or vision that could describe perfumes in the way you do. I don't know if you can understand me.
I totally can, Mateusz. Mateusz, I can totally understand you, and I totally get the point. But let me tell you one thing. Just because my strength perhaps lies within the vocabulary, because I combine words very quickly, your strength is somewhere else. Your strength is maybe in the drawing, in the sketching it out. Perhaps you could create the most incredible perfume impression through an artwork, through a painting, through a mosaic, a compilation of images, a drawing, a combination of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the impression a perfume leaves on us is very different from person to person. I love to talk about them, but I know a couple of people. There's a friend of mine who doesn't like to talk about perfumes, but photographs them in the most majestic way, like brings them to life through a photo. You have the feeling you can smell them through the photo. And then there's other people, another friend of mine who likes to draw them. And it also works incredibly well. So I think it's just about finding the right key, what it does for you. And also, who says you have to express anything, you know? It's something so intimate. Yeah. Exactly. You don't even need to express it. You just love the way they make you feel internally. And that's also, it's enough. You know what I mean? Like, a perfume is also so overwhelming, I think, because it frames your whole existence in that moment when you're wearing it. Sometimes you just don't need the words. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, I was wondering because I wanted to ask you.
Sure.
Because, you know, I suppose that you have a huge collection of perfumes. Probably much, much more bigger than mine. And I was wondering, where is the line or the point where you start thinking, maybe I have too much, maybe this has become an addiction, you know, because you want more, you buy more, you want to try this one, you want to try this one. And I was wondering if there is a line where you have too much.
Yes, there is a line. Not necessarily a line in terms of... I don't think that there's a line I don't think there's a limit as to how many perfumes you should have or not have. I think the limit is somewhere else. The limit, for me personally, I can only speak for myself. The limit is, how do I approach purchasing a new perfume, acquiring a new perfume? And let me explain this. So the way I go about perfumes, you know, a lot of people that I come in contact with, of course, if I do, you can check under my review videos, or my, mostly the top 5 of the month videos. And then I ask also always the people who tell me what your top 5 are. And then people always suggest stuff to me and say, Dacob, have you tried this? You have to try this. Please review this. Get this perfume, review it. And I'm always very polite and always say, thank you so much for the tip. But this is where I draw the line. You see, I never... My limit is this. I never purchase a perfume blind. Never say never. Maybe I've done it twice in my life. But it's not... Some people, literally, they just read a comment about a perfume and they buy it immediately. That's not me. I need to smell it. I need to test it out several times. And then I buy it if I love it. So I'm not the type of person who hoards perfumes and just keeps buying whatever just because I want to test it. That's not... To me, it's like meeting a person. Meeting a new perfume is like getting to know a new friend or a new person. So, of course, I'm not going to like a lot of people, and they're not going to be my friends. But the ones that I really love, they're going to stay with me forever. So, what I want to say is, Mateusz, I actually made a list. I was going to do a video about this, but then I thought, oh my God, this is embarrassing. I made a list of the perfumes I bought this year. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, it's a lot. But then I thought, okay, but being in lockdown, what are you gonna do? I'm using way more perfumes this year than I did last year, because at home I keep spraying all day and it's so much fun because I don't have to care about on the street people telling me, oh, what is this smell or whatever, So I came up to a number. Where's my little booklet? I can't remember. I think it was like around 40. Now, 40. But listen to this. You see, this is interesting. Okay, it's 40 perfumes, but not all of them new. A lot of them off secondhand websites. It's like I'm just hunting down stuff that I really love that means something to me. Of these 40 in this list, 10 of them I purchased in depth, meaning like Pour Monsieur, I bought 10 bottles this year. So Chanel Pour Monsieur, which I have here, the love of my life, there it is. Just showing it right now, Mateusz, in case you're not seeing the live. Anyway, I'm showing the bottle.
I've seen some videos of unboxing.
Right. So, and I got some like really good coupons and deals. So I got 10 bottles of this thing, maybe 9, I don't know. But anyway, so that's what I want to say. So it's one number on my list, but it's 10 of them. I stocked up because I thought to myself, well, they're discontinuing it almost everywhere in the world. I better stock up. You never know. And because I use a bottle a month of Pour Monsieur. Pour Monsieur for me is like water. So, and then I found Cacharel's Eden vintage. Somebody was selling a lot of 10 miniature. I bought all of them. It was super cheap, but then, so it's one perfume. It's one Eden by Cacharel, but it's 10 of them. Mm-hmm. Because I know I love it. So that's kind of where I draw the line. For example, I'm not going to purchase a lot of niche fragrances. It took me years to finally buy Carnal Flower in the full bottle, which we have here. Because I was, trying it, sniffing it, smelling it, living with it with a little tiny vial and then being off. It took me years to finally decide to go into a relationship with Carnal Flower. And now that I am in a relationship with Carnal Flower, I know I'm going to be in this relationship for the rest of my life. Because probably this bottle is going to last me a whole life, because just one spray lasts for days on my skin. So my line is drawn there. It's drawn at... I never buy stuff blind. As long as I have tested it and I love it, it's okay. I can buy it. So even if I have, I don't know, I don't want to count how many bottles at home. To me, it's not a lot because I keep using all of them. I never forget a perfume. Never. You know what I mean? It's like with books. can you honestly say that a person could have read too many books? No.
No.
Yeah, it's the same with perfumes for me. I think perfumes for me are just like books. And again, you don't have to buy a full 100 ml bottle of every perfume. Some of them you could have in tiny little bottles, you know. But just like to have that olfactive reference, a perfume that you love, to have it in your collection, to be able to smell it every time you feel the need to feel that perfume again, that to me already makes your life better. It's just like when you go back to a book you really love and you want to read the book again. The same goes with the memory of smell. I go back to my perfumes. Sometimes I don't spray them on. I just smell them out of the bottle just to get that happiness again, you know, just to be able to smell it and be like, oh man, is this good? So yeah, there's no limit for me. What are you wearing today, perfume-wise?
So, you know, I have to admit that I am guilty of buying blind buys. And, you know, I was wearing today, and it was a blind
buy. Yeah.
Armani Louis.
Yes.
Or he.
Yeah.
This is the name. It's 1998 perfume.
You got a vintage?
No, I have got the newest formula, and I am really disappointed because it is really weak. You know, I think it has been watered down.
Yeah.
So, you know, I spray it, and you know, it evaporates quickly, and after 30 minutes or an hour, it's gone. Like, you know, just water. I think even other colognes have better longevity.
Oh, yeah. But have you smelled an older formulation of it before? Because you said it was a blind buy, so I gather you haven't.
Yeah. So no, I haven't smelled the older formulation. You know, I was interested in it because I wanted to try like 90s perfume. Yeah. Because I really like Gucci Envy, and I thought, you know, the same year, so maybe it's going to be nice. Like, I didn't expect it to be like similar to Gucci.
Yeah.
But, you know, in same vein or style, you know, something like that. And, you know, the smell is quite nice. But, you know, it doesn't last. So, you know, I'm going to wear it, but probably I'm not going to repurchase it. So.
But sometimes it has to do with, you know, not every perfume has to last long. As I said, you know, some of them have their poetry. Some of them tell their story in 10 minutes. And I know people say, yeah, but I spend the money to have some. But that's just how it is. Some perfumes just are very fleeting. Now, I'm not so very familiar with this fragrance, so I can't tell you if vintage formula was more intense than what it is today. But the tendency is that things do get watered down. The longer a perfume is in production, the more brands are going to either cut costs or they're going to be limited by regulations that don't allow them to use certain ingredients anymore, which is the case, but it doesn't have to be the case. A lot of brands are starting to use this as an excuse to cheapen out, you know what I mean? When in reality, they could still make intense stuff. But then again, not every perfume has to be intense. You know what I mean?
And funny thing, guess who is producing it right now?
Armani? Euroitalia? Or who?
No.
Coty?
L'Oreal.
Of course, L'Oreal. There you go. But L'Oreal is doing a great job with Cacharel. I think L'Oreal, as you know, I just reviewed Lulu. The modern version of Lulu is intense. It lasts for hours and hours and hours. And Cacharel's Eden also, current formulation. I'm going to be reviewing it next Saturday. But like, L'Oreal can do good when they want to. So L'Oreal is making... Wait a minute. I didn't know this. L'Oreal is doing all Armani fragrances?
Probably yes, because
Huh.
I've been reading that they are behind Armani now, so
Yeah, yeah.
probably yes. And you know, for example, Kuros by Yves Saint Laurent is amazing. I mean, maybe not as amazing as used to be in
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah.
But even now, this formulation is very strong, very potent.
And that's L'Oreal. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't really like wearing Kuros like right now in the winter or fall. I think that Kuros needs this like more air and space.
Yeah.
And I much more prefer it during like summer or spring when I am outside and I'm not going to choke
Anybody.
you know, with it.
But you know, I always like to say, sometimes I like to choke people because I'm like, it's my protection shield. Sometimes I wear a perfume really knowingly. I'm like, I'm going out, I'm not in the mood, you know, and then I just wear a strong perfume and then people just walk away from me and I'm like, good. I just don't want, so, you know, but that's the beauty of perfume. Sometimes you use it to attract, and sometimes we have to learn also to use it to repel. Animals do it too.
You know,
look at skunks in the animal kingdom. They use fragrance to protect themselves. They stink.
Yeah, and you know, even one spray sometimes is just like enough.
Yeah.
Like for example with carnal flower.
Yes. Oof.
As you said.
I have it on now. It's insane. It's insane. I am literally, I swear to you, I am in, it's like, it's surrounding me like I'm enveloped in, I feel like I'm floating within a tuberose flower right now. It's incredible. I mean, carnal, what can I tell you? It's so overpowering in the best of ways. It just, you can't fight it. You just gotta be passive with it. You gotta let it take over. That's, yeah. Anyway, yeah, you were saying?
So I wanted to mention also a brand called Floris.
Yep.
It's a British brand, and I don't think it's really popular amongst like perfume enthusiasts.
Yeah.
I may say.
I don't know, but I mean, it's a known brand. It's, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that they are on the market like for 300 years now.
No,
Maybe.
I don't know, but I don't know how long. Really, 300? That would be a lot.
Yeah, like something around that, I think, for a very, very long time. And my favorite is Santal. You know, I'm not gonna tell you that you should like smell it or review it, but I can recommend it.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
It's really great for me because I was looking for something similar to Gucci Envy because I love Gucci Envy and Gucci Envy is discontinued now, like for many years now. And it's really great oriental fougere with sandalwood as the name suggests.
Yeah.
And I know also that you love cyclamen flowers.
Yes. Yes, I do.
And I was wondering because I haven't smelled the cyclamen flowers in the nature. But for me, they look like violets, maybe.
Yeah, but they don't smell like violet. But they look like violets. Yes. I mean, their violets are more bluish violet color, and cyclamens are a delicate rose color, pink rose.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because I was wondering if maybe they smell similar, you know?
No, no, they don't. They are. I mean, you could say that they have that slight, the powdery aspect of violets is also in the cyclamen, but it's not a candy type of smell. Like violets, there's violet candies, you know, and there's like a powder. Violets can smell makeup-y, powdery, and also a little bit, I want to say, I don't know, there's a little bitter touch.
Green,
Yeah, that
green
bit.
and earthy.
Yeah, a little bit earthy. Yeah, that what I wanted to say, bitter. You're right. It's green, and cyclamens go into the sweeter direction. They don't do that green. The cyclamens are more like a delicate rose, perhaps more honeyed kind of. Also powdery, but they're very light and sweet. But the funny thing about cyclamens is, it's a very faint and delicate scent. Only the wild ones, the ones you buy in the stores, the big ones, they don't smell. The wild ones are much smaller, but this faint smell, which is such a paradox, you can smell it miles away. It's very, very delicate, but it's persistent. You know, they're very stubborn little creatures. And that's why I love them so much. They're tiny, but they have their character. You know, they don't scream like a tuberose would. You know, they hum delicately their scent, and it goes and goes and goes and goes for kilometers, and it's just crazy. Anyway, I think I hear you double now because I think you have the audio on your computer.
Actually, I'm not.
Oh, so I don't know what's going on. Wait, hello. No, okay, now it's good. All right. Okay. Oh, Mateusz, it's almost midnight in where? Somewhere. We're going to have a New Year's Eve now. I got to hang up because Perth, Australia is coming up in 3 minutes. Mateusz, we got to drink.
Okay.
All right, sweetie. Thank you so much for tuning in, for calling, for letting me call you, actually. Have a wonderful New Year and stay tuned. The chat is going to keep going, and let's celebrate this new year. I'm going to read a couple of the chats before the new year kicks in. All right, sweetie. Thank you so much for calling, for letting me call you.
Bye.
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 All right, you guys, it's almost time. Let me read a couple of the comments in the chat. Thank you so much, Mateusz and Jack, both of you. Thank you so much. Oh, Jack says, thank you, Dacob. Thank you, Jack. MK says, another funny point. Oh, wait, no, okay, that was for the teacher. She had a rich husband, the teacher, MK's teacher, who dressed at Chanel. Melly says, okay, sorry, guys, the chat just like jumped. Let me drink some water. Okay. Melly says, enjoy the conversation about education. It is very rewarding, but you must be very patient. Yes, Melly, you must be very patient. I totally agree. Audrey says, a lovely discussion, Jack. Brian says, once I had seen you were live, it was immediately understood that gems were being dropped for us all. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you too, sweetie. Amy says, Jack, you sound like a wonderful person. Jack is a wonderful person. Emilio says, really nice conversation, Jack and Dee. Thank you so much, Emilio. Melly says, you're going to be a fabulous teacher, Jack. Aw. MK says, China also celebrates the Western New Year's Eve. Yeah, such a nice conversation. PC says, hi, PC, by the way. is great. Another new year. I'm drinking a dirty martini for those of you who just tuned in. Oh my God, this one is so freaking good. It's vodka based. Just tinted a little bit, just the glass is just a little bit tinted with the vermouth, and then vodka, a lot of olive juice because it is a very dirty martini, and a couple of olives. I'm going to eat one. And yes, I'm getting tipsy as the new year progresses. PC says, Emina O and MK are so true. Sorry I have to hop off, but nice to listen for a few minutes. Loved Poland. Went to Poznan. Melly says, I remember being shocked that Dacob replied to my comment, LOL. No one on YouTube replies back usually. That's kind of sad, but a lot of YouTubers just... they couldn't care less. It is time consuming though. It takes a lot of time. No, don't get me wrong, it doesn't take a lot of time to communicate with people. I mean, it just like if you have a lot of comments and you want to answer everybody, it's a mathematical thing. It just takes a lot of time. So, you know, I try to cut out parts of the day when I can dedicate to that because I like to answer people. I mean, Trin says, Dacob review perfumes like no other can. Thank you, Trin. Lucas, I'm happy I discovered Dacob early during my perfume discovery period, which was at the beginning of this year. Oh, good, Lucas. Good that you're into perfumes now. And thank you for, you know, joining the Fashion Bunker family, really. PC says, take care, everyone. Such a respite these few minutes have been for me. Oh, thank you, PC. Tune in later if you have the time, or you could watch the rerun. I will post it after we're done. Help me be curious about their history, meaning, Lucas says, about perfumes. MK says, how long have you been following Dacob? And then I'm looking for the answer, Lucas. So thanks to the YouTube algorithm, Lucas says, it was around February, March. Okay, not a long time ago, but, you know, you're here now. That's what counts. Emina says, bye, PC. Oh, time to Muscov. Hi, how you doing? Welcome. Audrey says, what's the limit for perfumes? Like, how many do you own? And time to Muscov says, I'm over 170 bottles now. Wow. Lucas says, I bought my first perfume in February of 2020. MK says, Lucas, really? How come so late? Audrey says, oh my goodness, I would love to see your collection to Time to Musk Up with 170 bottles. Zoana says, what a pleasure to listen to a smart guy, smart and creative and imaginative guy the way you are. Dacob, I wish you a fair appreciation and also intelligent listeners. Thank you so much, Zoana. So sweet of you. Lucas, yes, really. It's sad in a way because I became interested in Chanel when French TV showed documentaries about Lagerfeld. Lucas says, because Karl Lagerfeld's passing. Audrey says, I think I've blind bought more perfumes over the last few months because of the current situation. I've had no regrets, but I find them so comforting at the moment. MK says, well, at least Karl Lagerfeld's death did bring some new clients. May I ask you your age? Lucas says 32. MK says, Dacob is the when one loves, one shouldn't count type of persona. Oh, totally. I am totally like that. Time to Musk Up says, my problem is my cheapy days are over. So everything I want is expensive. Have 11 Chanel exclusives, 12 Dior Privé, 11 Frédéric Malle, 6 Tom Fords, 8 L'Artisan Parfumeur, and 6 Louis Vuittons. Whoa, that's a lot. How many do you have, Audrey? Time to Musk Up asks. Then there's conversations going. Tina Manske, how are you doing, sweetie? You made me blind by Pour Monsieur. No regrets, though. Oh, thank goodness. It's an amazing perfume, but of course, I can't expect everybody to love it. Audrey says, I got about 30. I started my collection during the summer. I used to really be into florals, but as I've got older, I love a musk, woody scent. Time to Musk Up says, that's great. 30 is a lot. It's manageable. I don't know where to put boxes and making shelving units. It's a pain in the cheeks, but it looks beautiful. Debbie says some perfumes are just for the warmer months. Melly says, I need to scroll the chat a little bit. I couldn't hear what fragrance Matthew is wearing by Armani. Louis. That's the fragrance. What's your favorite scents? Do you only purchase vintage or modern scents? Time to musk up, Audrey asks. Melly says, yeah, Eden will be reviewed on Saturday. Yes, Melly, thank you. Okay, I might buy, so Lucas says, I might buy less in 2021 overall, though, because I spent a lot this year. Comes a time when you have nothing more to buy, you got to use what you have. Agreed. I mean, if if they satisfy you, the ones that you have, they hit the spot, because a perfume always has to hit the spot, just like with the food or a drink you're drinking, it has to be the right thing that hits the spot. And if it does, then you don't need anything else. A perfume that doesn't last long is like a music box with a little ballet dancer. You enjoy it, even if it's over quickly, doesn't mean it wasn't totally worth it. Doesn't mean it wasn't totally worth it. I totally agree. Time to Musk Up says, I'm not into vintage. I'm afraid I'm buying fragrance that went bad. I want to make the ones I have vintage one day. God willing, I live long enough. Apropos that, apropos vintage, I just bought this little fella. Now, for those of you who follow me on Coco Chanel is in my house, would have seen this. This is amazing. I will make a video on this on its own, but I'm just going to show it here. It's Chanel number 5, so it's not a blind purchase in terms of smell, but it is vintage. So how will it smell? I do not know, but I've been hunting this for years. Finally found a full bottle in this is the pure perfume, you guys, the splash bottle in the Extrait Grand Model, the big model. See the size? That's the size. 120 milliliter, you guys. This thing is huge. Now, I do not have my 15 milliliter splash bottle it's like the 15 mil is this high. This is 116 to 120 mil, and it's still sealed inside. I mean, it's been in somebody's closet and they decided to sell it, and the price was okay, but oh my gosh, you guys, look, it's still clean white. The box with the sticker, it's still intact with the seal. So my heart aches to have to break the seal. But if I want to get to the bottle inside, I'm going to have to break the seal. So I'm planning on doing a video. I'm trying to also figure out how to open it without damaging this sticker, because you would have to cut through here to access the lid, but it's so heavy. And listen, I have the mic here. If I move the bottle, I think you can hear the liquid inside. I don't know if you could hear that, but it's in there. The baby is in there, and it's so heavy. I'm not so sure if this is crystal or just glass, but you can imagine the pure perfume in a splash bottle, 120 mil. They don't make them nowadays, and this size is not in production anymore. They begin with their Les Grands Extraits from 250 mil, 450 mil, and then 900 mil. This would be an in-between size, I mean, it's not actually. They discontinued the 120 mils. They also discontinued the 56 or 60 mils. You can still get the 30 mils, but the 30 mils have become exclusive only to Chanel boutiques. So anyway, this came. You see, Coco Chanel was thinking about me. I ordered this a long time ago, actually. It took its time, but Coco made it arrive right to end the year in glory. And I thought to myself, I really want this because 2021 is, as we all know, the 100th birthday of Chanel number 5. The pure perfume was released 100 years ago on May 2021. It's going to be 100 years. So this is kind of a birthday celebratory birthday concept. I mean, to get this vintage bottle. The batch code is not on the box of packaging. It might be on the bottle itself. So I still do not know exactly the year this one is from. Let me wrap it in its little soft bed again, because I don't want it while I'm filming this to bump into it by accident and do something to it that I wouldn't, that I would regret later. You know me, I package everything in my either bubble wrap or plastic, what have you. So anyway, let me get back to you guys. Let's see, who else can we call? Let me see who else is in our chats here. So just for the record, just to let you guys know, in 50 minutes, it's going to be New Year's Eve again for Jakarta, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, Indonesia, and Norilsk in Russia. So we're counting down to New Year's Eve again. This is so much fun. 3 times already. It's 2 times we had New Year's Eve already. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going through. All right, so I don't know, because a lot of these arrived quite some time ago. Hold on a second. It's kind of hard to go through everything. Okay. All right, so I hope you're still in the chat. I'm just gonna, I liked your comment right now. Hedonistic, are you there? I'm calling you. Let's see if you're gonna answer. If you do, it's ringing. Oh, hey.
Hi, Dacob.
Hey, hello, I can hear you. You are live on YouTube. Welcome to the Fashion Bunker.
Thank you so much. By the way, sorry if I make some English mistakes, but English is not my native language, so I'll try my best.
Don't worry about it. The Fashion Bunker is international. This is the loudest I can go. Sorry, just 1 second. I have to. This is the loudest I can go.
Okay, no, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, no, but I think yeah, I can't hear you loud enough. Haha. So what can we do here? Hold on a second. Okay, let's just see how it goes, because I think I can hear, but let's just. I might make it a little bit louder. But anyway, so hello, welcome to the Fashion Bunker. So do I call you hedonistic, or do you want to give us a name?
Oh no, Edo is perfect.
Edo, okay, Edo. So listen.
No, because my full name is Eduardo, so I played with my name and hedonistic, which is one of my favorite words. So I came up with hedonistic because, I love hedonism and it reminds me of my name.
Okay, Eduardo, so you're Italian then?
Yeah, I live in Milan.
Ah, you live in, oh wow, we got Milan in the house, you guys. We got the fashion mecca of Italy.
Yes, I'm the one that in the other live told you about the Mugler Cologne story in Sephora in Milan.
Ah!
Say that told me that the fragrance had that secret ingredient.
Right, and the secret ingredient being a bodily fluid of humans. That's what they say, that the secret ingredient is actually from, well,
Well, yeah, but the essay told me another thing that kind of left me shocked, because probably she was not really okay during that day, because she told me the secret ingredient was a certain substance that we can't say that here on YouTube, I guess, but it's something that like it's illegal and not
Oh, okay.
allowed.
Okay.
And probably she was on that when she told me.
Oh, she was high too when she told you that. Well, I mean, because I heard another story that it had bodily fluid ingredient in it, but like other perfumes, they say this about several perfumes, is other perfumes too. But I remember when we were chatting about that in the live chat, and you told me that story, and I read it. I told you that. Remember, I told you that Noble Leather is the one that actually. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, discontinued. Yves Saint Laurent's Noble Leather, by the way, for you guys who don't know it, from the back then Privé Yves Saint Laurent range or Oriental collection, and that really was like shocking to me because I mean I was like, oh my gosh. But
I have to see if I can find that Noble Leather, even though it's discontinued. There is a store here in Milan that has a lot of fragrances, a lot of also discontinued ones. So maybe they have it, like on New Year, on probably because now we're in lockdown, so everything is closed. But when they will reopen, I will certainly look after that.
I mean, yeah. It's, what can I say? Now everybody's going to think like, oh my God, what is he talking about? He's like an addict. No, I'm not, but I know how certain things smell and taste. So, I mean, I smell everything. Anyway, I digress. Let me just tell you that I was shocked, and I had the opposite interaction that you had. Like your sales associate told you it smelled like something. My sales associate just told me like, yeah, it's saffron and plum. I was like, girl, hold on a minute. It's not saffron and plum. It actually smells like something else. And then she was shocked. She was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm like, honey, you're in fashion. Don't play the dummy like you don't know what we're talking about here. You know what I mean? Like you were selling fragrances at the Yves Saint Laurent boutique, like you know. You know.
Of course she knows.
Of course. Like, don't play all innocent with me. That don't work with me. Anyway, what do you do, Edo? Like, are you studying? Are you working?
Yeah, I'm studying. I'm studying in Milan's University. By the way, I have a funny story about that. About you, actually.
Oh, tell me.
Yeah, because we were talking about advertisement and YouTube reviews and the role that YouTube reviews may play in advertisement.
Yeah.
And the teacher showed us a picture of the original Yves Saint Laurent Pour Homme campaign.
The naked one.
Yeah. And then she showed us your YouTube review about Yves Saint Laurent Pour Homme. So you actually were featured during a lesson of.
But I didn't review Pour Homme.
University.
But I never reviewed Pour Homme.
No, there is an opium Pour Homme, sorry, not.
Ah. She showed you my review at the university?
Yeah, the cover of the video with the link.
I need to send her a bill.
If I can find the slide, because it was last year, but if I can find that, I will send it to you in the DM in Instagram.
Yeah. Okay, she didn't pay me for that. I'm kidding. Education should always be free. But wow, what an honor though to be featured in a university. This is really great.
Yeah, and I was like telling all my friends, that's Dacob, I follow him on YouTube, guys, I know him.
And I still, if I knew, okay, because I've archived the big bottle, you know, the Pour Monsieur, Pour Homme Opium Eau de Parfum, the Factice, the huge bottle. Because in the in the review video, I actually, you know, the video begins with the big one, it's like huge. And it has liquid in it. It's very heavy. It's like 1 liter of liquid in this plastic container. Oh my gosh. It would be nice to have it now be like, oh, by the way, it's here. No, but I do have, but it's all the way back there behind all the lights and I have the bottle of opium. I can't get it now. It's too far. But I have the little bottle here. Do you like it? Have you ever tried Pour Homme?
Yeah, I actually had him, but now it's finished. But I love him. Yes, I love that perfume so much.
What do you study then? Communication? Wait, you told me already.
No, I study languages. I study foreign languages, but we also talk a lot about communication.
So so she took my video as an example for communication about perfumes? or brands?
Yeah, about like the role that a review can play in advertising something, because if you like say something about a product, people will buy more or buy less of that.
Yeah, well, that's what influencing is all about, actually. I mean, that's what an influencer does online, you know, except I did not get paid. Hashtag not sponsored, but I just do it for the love of it. And I don't know if you follow the last live stream. I said, somebody was asking, I can't remember. No, I don't think you followed it, because if you're in Italy, you probably fell asleep, because the live stream, I think for you guys in Italy, it went all the way until like 8 in the morning. But oh my God.
I followed a bit, but then I went.
Because I did mention Les Exclusives. Somebody told me, I think Aisha wrote me in the chat and said, oh, Dacob, like, you know, Chanel should pay you for like promoting their perfumes. And I said, well, you know, funny story, in 2016, when they secretly, you know, started discontinuing the eau de toilettes, I found out. And I announced it. And I said to all my followers, I said, guys, just to let you know, anytime now, Chanel is going to take away all of the eau de toilettes of the Les Exclusives, and you will only be able to buy the eau de parfums. And it's going to be a huge markup, and the quality is just not the same. And then I kept a little list, because then all of my subscribers and viewers started writing me saying, oh, thank you, Dacob, thanks to your information, I bought this, 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 and this. And I started writing down how many stuff people bought. And after almost a year of calculating these things, $270,000 or euro it came out to be, just in Les Exclusives bottles that people bought. Because I was like, oh my God, Chanel made so much money. This is insane. This is insane.
Yeah, they do. They, like also with the price increase situation, that now they increase the price again. Yeah. And you know, I know the essays from the Milan boutique, from the Chanel boutique.
Ooh.
And they were also disappointed by this other price increase, because now basically only very rich tourists, like from China, from the Emirates, or from Russia, are buying that in the Chanel boutique, because the average, let's say average European client does no longer want to spend that much on a Chanel bag.
No, I do not want to either.
So they were telling me that the target they're selling to during like 2019, 2020 is radically changing, because this kind of tourists from the Emirates, from China, used to buy them before, but before there were also a lot of people from Italy, from Milan, were buying the Chanels. But they told me that now almost nobody from of their usual clients from Milan is no longer buying them, because, well, that's literally too much. I like 6,000 euros for a Chanel bag. Well,
no, it's insane. No, Edo, it's insane. It's insane. You're gonna see. I don't know if you watched the video I posted yesterday, my 255 Chanel bag collection.
Yeah, I watched it.
And I think, you know, when I'm through showcasing the bags, then I go into like, okay, forget it. You're not gonna buy another bag. These prices are ridiculous. This is they shot themselves out of the ballpark in terms of pricing. But I have to say, thanks to that. I mean, of course, whatever. It took me years to collect my collection, and I'm happy with what I have. But now I can really breathe and dedicate myself to the clothing range. And that has not gone considerably up in price. I mean, certain things have, but it's still, you know, I like now, rather than having poorly produced, mass-produced, cheap leather bag for $6,000, I would rather have a wonderful jacket for $4,000.
Absolutely.
That's produced in lower quantity, that's produced with better quality, that's just a lot more work went into it. And I'm like, and I told my sales associate, I was like, listen, it's become so uncomparable. The bags just do not fulfill that quality that the clothing does anymore.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I have to.
Wait, because
Tell me.
I don't hear you.
Oh, you can. You don't.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
No, now I hear you.
Okay. No, I was waiting for you to say something.
No, and I was telling you that I have a friend that lucky her, she's very wealthy, and she bought like a couple of Chanel bags last year, and she told me that even though she can't afford to pay that much, the quality was terrible. She told me it was almost like to buy a new Chanel bag is almost like buy like a Zara bag just for saying, because she told me that after a couple of months the bag was not completely ruined, but it was, it didn't perform as you would expect for a bag that has that price.
Yeah. So did she bring it back?
No, I think she still has the bag.
But is it damaged?
No, the bag was perfect when she bought it, but then she told me that the leather started to like peel off in the corners, and not only in the lower corners but also in the upper corners, where when you you don't usually put that part of the bag on the ground.
Yeah.
So, but she told me the bag is ruined. She still uses it, yeah. But I saw the bag and you can really see it's ruined, even though it's basically new.
Oh my gosh. But does she like smack it around, or I mean, because if the corner?
No, actually, I don't think so, because she usually treats her bags well. So I don't know, but maybe the bag she bought was like born in a bad way, even though it was not damaged. Maybe they used like a piece of leather that was not perfect. I don't know, but I saw the bag, and it was not one of the classics. It was a boy, I think. Yeah, it was the boy, and I don't know what the price of the boy is, but I think it's around maybe 4,000 euros or around that, and certainly.
Yeah, it's 4 to 5. Yeah. No, but tell her to not buy a. I mean, I always say don't buy a Chanel boy because it's not a Chanel bag. I mean, whatever. It's just not a Chanel bag to me.
Yeah, I hate the boy too. So
yeah, it's not a Chanel bag. The 19 is not a Chanel bag. The Gabrielle is not a Chanel. They can call it Gabrielle, but it still ain't a Chanel bag. It could be it's an interesting bag from some point of view, but Coco Chanel did not design. It's not a Chanel bag. You know what I mean? It's like so crazy. They're using the name of this one.
Gabrielle wouldn't like the Gabrielle bag.
No, oh God, no. She would not appreciate that bag at all, because that bottom is just so not Chanel. Like because she would find that so uncomfortable to use for herself, and the big chunky chain. And Coco also was not a fan of glazing of leather, and the Gabrielle bag is glazed.
Yeah.
And guess what? I'm sorry, I know you're in Italy, but the Gabrielle is basically 90% of them are only made in Italy. A little bit outside of Milan, where you all have all your factories, the sweatshops.
Yeah.
Where you had the huge outbreak of, the lockdown situation, I know the whole story. There was a lot of big Chinese community. Yeah.
Like that, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So what perfume are you wearing today, if you are?
Yeah, of course I am. And I am wearing Bagari by Robert Piguet.
Oh, wow. Nice. Very sophisticated way to end the year.
Arrived this morning because I ordered it online, and it arrived this morning as a New Year gift.
That's so cool. So you got your Piguet and I got my vintage Chanel No. 5 bottle. That's so cool. They both arrived today. I'm telling you. It's a sign. It's a sign.
That's a sign.
So how does it smell? Tell me.
Well, I'm actually planning to write down a review of this perfume. I've never done this before, but I wanted to try it this time. But it smells, it's a really soapy fragrance, but it's kind of different from the other soapy fragrance I know. in the beginning, it's like, it reminds me a little bit of Chanel number 5 because it has a lot of haldeite in the head notes. So of course, the opening is reminding me of Chanel number 5. But then it's like this kind of creamy, soapy, flowery fragrance. It smells a little bit like baby powder, or at least like the baby powder we have here in Italy.
Yeah.
But it's like this. It's like a luxury baby powder.
You have in Italy. You have Neutro Roberts.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
Exactly that one.
And you also have Felce Azzurra.
Yeah, this one smells like the Neutral Robert.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a classic powder.
It reminds me of that, but it's like the platinum line of Neutral Robert. That makes sense.
Like, yeah, the ultra sophisticated version.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like a dreamy perfume. It's really beautiful. I really like it. And it was created originally. Now, of course, it's been reformulated in 2006.
Yeah.
But it's been created after the war in 1950. So it's like, it brings me like really to that time, to the post-war rebuilding phase of the world, where people just wanted like to be like-minded and dream about something different. They didn't want something to really that could oppress them too heavy. So it's like this. It brings me to to the Ritz in Paris.
Yeah.
Taking a bath with like their luxurious soap bars.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really, really like it.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I mean, it basically catapults you back into time.
Yeah. And I love fragrance because of that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you tried? I mean, when I talk about time travel, I have to always mention Chanel number 22. Have you smelt it?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it.
To me, it takes me. I've never lived in the 20s, or have I? I might be a vampire. I always say that. I might be 1,000 years old. You never know. But I do not know for the love of me why, but whenever I smell number 22, I feel like I'm in the 20s.
Yeah, I really love that. I tried that maybe. Yeah, I tried it here in Milan. I remember because I wanted to buy that, but then I bought something else. But I really love that.
What did you buy instead?
I don't remember because I have quite a lot of fragrances. But I don't remember what I bought. Maybe it was one from Acqua di Parma, from their like exclusive line. That really, because I have the Acqua di Parma Quercia, so maybe I bought that instead of Chanel number 22. Probably I bought that.
What do you think? I mean, since you're in Italy, I mean, have you tried? They're from Florence, but that's close to Milan. Have you tried Lorenzo Villorese's range?
Yeah, I tried that once, but it didn't stop me. I mean, I almost don't remember.
Yeah.
But I tried from Florence. If you go to Florence, guys, you have to absolutely go there. Aquaflora, which is a perfume laboratory in Florence. Yeah. And they actually make their own perfume line, and it's amazing. I actually bought 2 of their fragrances.
Oh wow!
I love them.
Wow. Okay, so that means that they're really good. Have you tried Le Lion de Chanel?
No, not yet because
of lockdown.
I go out.
Yeah, lockdown.
Last month, so I was stuck here at home. But I will definitely, as soon as I manage to go to the Chanel boutique, I will definitely.
And how is it for you? I mean, study-wise, you're doing all lectures from home, or?
Yeah, from home, and I will go probably to Brussels next semester for internet for the Erasmus project.
Oh, nice.
Abroad. But I hope I could go because of the situation,
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried.
Listen, I mean, I'm worried too, and it's terrifying, and you're not alone. We're all worried, but I am hopeful that things will get better. And I do not know, Edo, if you watched a couple of weeks ago in the live, I mentioned it would be really great if in case the situation gets better and we can travel safely again, to go all together and have a little meet and greet in Paris, to go to visit Chanel's exhibition, you know, the exhibition that is now running. Actually, it initiated beginning of October, and it's going to go all until, I think, the end of March 2021. And I said I would love to meet all of y'all, just all of us to meet there, because it's like the rare occasion we have to meet Coco herself, because the whole exhibition is only about clothes that she made while she was alive. So it would be beautiful to, you know.
Absolutely have to do that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking it would be great. I mean, I'm going to see how the situation develops. Probably I'm going to push it to the very end. Like, if we're going to do this, it's probably going to be in March, you know, like close to the closing of the exhibition. So we still have time for this whole situation to calm down before that happens. Honestly, I do not think that by March things are going to get much better, because the vaccine isn't really there yet. It's not being distributed as much as it should, and people are not really trusting it. So I think, I mean, I know I don't want to ruin anybody's party today, celebrating New Year, but I do believe that 2021 is going to be another one of those lockdown years still, because it's going to take a long time to get the situation a little bit more sorted. And I don't think it's going to be that fast, you know? I mean, I hope so. I hope that by March we could all go and see the exhibition together. That would be amazing. But just in case it doesn't happen, then we got to plan some other meet and greet after that. I don't know.
Yeah, we absolutely have to do that.
All of us attacking 31 Rue Cambon, all of us going together, pilgrimage to Rue Cambon. Could you imagine? The fashion bunker people arriving to Rue Cambon, they're going to like call security. They're like, what?
People from Chanel will be shaking.
Yeah, they're going to be like, what the hell?
And I don't know if you've ever been to, well, of course, you probably will have go to the Rue Cambon store of Chanel.
Yes, I have been many times.
The sales associates there, at least from my experience, were not really nice, I would say.
When were you there the last time?
It was last year, 2019.
Oh, and they were not nice to you?
No.
Okay, because my 2019 experience was amazing. A couple of years. Oh, it was amazing. I made a couple of videos on that June 2019 Métier d'Art experience. In the boutique in 31 Rue Cambon, they were really amazing and super polite and nice, and just showed me everything. And it was just, but I did make a video a couple of years before that saying that Rue Cambon does have kind of like a supermarket vibe. Everything has to go quick, and it's just like selling, and there's no time to dedicate. But that has changed. I had the impression last summer.
Maybe I had bad luck and
But what did they do? Like, but also, that also depends. I don't know how you look like. Like, are you, like, you know what I mean? Because this is unfortunately, they are snobby. But if you do come in and you do look like a student, they might be like, oh, we're not going to get money.
No, I was actually dressed very well, because in all the other stores I went to, they were super nice to me, super polite. And Rue Cambon was the only one and they were in, the only store in which they were actually rude to me.
Like rude? I thought they would just be like dismissive, but like they literally just like told you something bad?
They were not rude. Like they treated me a little bit like they treated Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman.
Yes.
When she went to the store for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, I don't know, probably because I was there with a friend, and she was dressed quite nice too. Probably because they saw two young people, maybe they're used to, to another type of client.
Not necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't have a good experience with that sales associate.
So okay, I'm sorry about that. I mean, but it can happen anywhere. It really can. Let me tell you, my experience most of the time in Milan, Via della Spiga. Via della Spiga, Monte Napoleone, all of those boutiques there. I've had quite bad experiences there, oftentimes.
Really?
Not because people are rude, but because they're just so ignorant. I mean, there's this, yeah, a little bit of an ignorant attitude sometimes, yes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that because, you know, in Via Monte Napoleone, I've almost always found very capable people, like people who were really prepared during their jobs.
Yeah.
But, you know, it depends from the person. You're from store to store, from sales associate to sales associate. So maybe if you have bad luck, you will find one that is not prepared, and it can come out as a negative experience, of course.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, people have bad days. Sometimes you're just in a bad mood. What are you supposed to do? You know, you can't just fake it all day. 8 hours on your feet. You're not allowed to sit. You have to be always, you know, hi, how are you doing? I mean, it can happen anywhere. It's just, you might have had, but I'm so sorry about Rue Cambon, because to me, you know, Rue Cambon is not just a Chanel boutique. It's her home. It's Chanel's home. It's like they have to treat, and in fact, this is what's so interesting, because the last time I was there in June of 2019, they told me, you know, that they have a different approach at 31 Rue Cambon. They are taught to be more patient, to be more, you know, you want to take a photo on the staircase. Yes, you can take a photo on the staircase. Like to be, and in fact, you know what, Edo, this is so beautiful. The Métier d'Art collection I found that so humbling. I mean, you're in this luxurious boutique where stuff is overpriced anyway. The bags are overpriced. The clothes are not that overpriced because it takes a lot of time to make those clothes. Anyway, the clothes are standing there. The Métier d'Art collection was just released. It was the 4th of June. I'll never forget it till the day I die. It was Karl Lagerfeld's last Métier d'Art collection. So they set up a little set where the clothing department is, not where the accessories are, but like where the apparel begins. And I found it so humbling. This brand that has billions to invest, you know, instead of creating this, you know, like Louis Vuitton would have done, a tacky, over the top, just we're going to show you how much we can. No, Chanel did their most beautiful pieces from the Métier d'Art collection were standing on these mannequins, and next to them, and this is what I found so humble, next to each one of these mannequins was a little board standing on wood with a paper, like a cardboard on the board. And on the cardboard were photos, literally photos that they printed out, photos that they made in the ateliers while they were working on the pieces. So they literally just printed out those photos and put them on this board next to the garment. And just explaining like, okay, so this thread was used here. We combined this piece with that. It was just like a little explanation. And it wasn't done in a luxurious way. It wasn't made like, you know, it wasn't standing behind a glass wall. It was very approachable. You could touch it. And these little boards, they were handmade. It was so beautiful to see. It felt like being in an atelier. It didn't feel like being in an expensive luxury boutique. And it felt you know what I mean? It felt like an educational moment. And I said it to the sales associate. I said, wow, this is so humble. It's so beautiful, because I mean, of course, this jacket costs, I don't know, 10 grand, but you're showing it to us as if you want to.
That is beautiful. Yeah.
So I was really, really very, very pleasantly surprised that time at Rue Cambon, because it was just a humbling moment. But I have had experiences in the past where it was just like, okay, so you want the sunglasses? The time I bought the tweed sunglasses from the supermarket collection 2014, you know, she's like, okay. I was like, well, there's like 10 colors to choose from. She's like, yeah, I can only bring you 3.
Oh.
Choose which 3 you want, and I'm gonna go and bring them to you. And I was like, okay, then these 3. Then she brought me the 3. One was defect, the orange ones that I wanted. The tweed was like cut. There was a hole, and I was like, no. Can we do this again? And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, look, there's a flaw in the temples. The tweed is missing. She's like, oh, okay, I'll bring you another one. I was like, okay, you'll bring me another one? Let's do this again. 1,300 euro for sunglasses.
Yeah, the price tag they have.
You will smiley, bring me another one, because the ones you want to sell me for the full price are defect. So can we do this again? She's like, no, yeah, you're right. I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, yeah. You think?
Well, I hope next time I will be in Rocambole, I will have a better experience.
Darling, by the time listen, if we're allowed to travel, I'm telling you, if we can go to see the exhibition, we're all going to go to Rocambole together, and then it's going to be a party, because then I'm going to be like,
Of course.
I'm going to be like, no, these are my people. Treat them with respect, because they all honor Coco's legacy. This is, we cannot, you know what I mean? It's all about Coco at the end of the day. For me, my love of Chanel stems from Coco, not from the brand today. You know, it's a very, very different thing.
I totally get you.
Yeah. Oh man, Edo, thank you so much for this talk. It's almost New Year's Eve somewhere in the world, actually.
Thank you, Dacob.
Thank you so much. Hey, this is so much fun. Let's do this again. I mean, you know, I'm testing out this new platform, this new format of calling, and
Absolutely.
and if it works out fine, and if you guys love it, we could do it again, you know. And have
For me, it was so much fun, and I loved it. So.
Thank you so much, Edo. Yeah, so you're on YouTube from the, you know, when we're done with the live stream, you're forever immortalized in the fashion bunker.
Perfect. I love it.
All right. Thank you so much, Edo. Have a wonderful New Year's Eve, and wishing you all the best in 2021.
Thank you. Happy New Year too. everybody.
Happy New Year. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, you guys. That was so fun. Thank you, Edo, again for calling in, or for letting me call you. We got 14 minutes to go until we have New Year's Eve in Jakarta, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, and Norilsk in Russia. So let me read a couple of the chats before we get to it. And we were talking about Chanel, and I also want to, I'm probably going to record a little segment. I didn't want to do pre-recorded videos, not pre-recorded videos. You know, usually when I do the live stream, I record like 6-7 videos, then we post them. But I'm going to do this this coming Saturday. We have the scheduled, or as some, I hate it, but some people say scheduled. I can't. But anyway, it's so cringe, so I have to say it. Scheduled. I have scheduled the live stream, or it's going to be scheduled from tomorrow on for this coming Saturday. We're going to do the long live stream with all the topics to go through. But I just wanted to do one today because my sales associate, oh my God, I did a click and collect. Chanel pulled a click and collect on me. And so something that I ordered a long time ago, finally, stuff is moving very slowly, you guys, because of the lockdown. But I do have an unboxing to do, you guys, for New Year's Eve. I thought I have to do at least this thing. I'm going to have to do it because this piece, I want to open it for New Year's Eve because it is very symbolic for me. It is very, very important to unbox this on New Year's Eve. I'll explain why. But anyway, we're going to get to that video. I'm not going to film it now, so stay tuned. In this live stream, we're going to do the filming of this segment. So there's going to be a Chanel unboxing video. Anywho, let's read a bit of the chats. Amina says, a perfume that doesn't last long is like a music box. Oh, right, I read that one before. Oh my God, there's so many chats, you guys. I hope you're having fun. Aisha says, oh, what a find. Ah, yeah, that was the comment on the perfume bottle. Rich Mitch, hi Rich, how's it going? Oh, Emilio's cooking and listening. Great conversation, says Audrey. Oh, Emilio, what are you cooking? Cooking up a mess of something. A. Huddleston, how you doing, sweetie? I was wearing Lulu yesterday while watching Diary of a Lost Girl. Then you uploaded your review and it was spooky. I'm telling you, we're all connected. Holistic. Everything is holistic. We're all connected. Everything happens for a reason. I'm telling you. Drac, how you doing, sweetie? Hello from Glasgow, Scotland. You're wonderful. You keep us all feeling positive. I hope we keep you feeling positive too. Thank you so much, Drac, or D-R-A-K. Thank you so much. Yes, you do keep me very, very happy. Thank you. Melly says, "What you cooking, mystery?" Yeah, what is it? Juan Rodriguez, hello from California. How you doing, Juan? Hello. Aisha says, "Happy New Year." Melly says, "Happy New Year." Cheers. Yeah, it's almost time, you guys. 10 minutes and it's the new year. Melly says, "Happy New Year." Cheers. Whoop, whoop, says Aisha. Drax says, "Happy New Year." The budget lecture says, "Happy." Oh, so cute. Everybody's saying Happy New Year. It's the whole world. Oh, your drink sounds delicious, says Jack. It is really good. I'm going to take another sip, by the way. Sorry, the glass is getting all dirty with my fingerprints, and my... you know what? I'm going to eat another olive, too. Ciao. Oh, we love Tipsy Dacob, says Melly. Oh, ciao. Oh. Hope you have a good new year, mate. Also, everyone in the chat, says Rich Mitch. Olfactive Stories. How you doing, sweetie? Happy New Year, Rich. Have you heard of Francesco Smalto? What do you think of his fashion and fragrances? I do not know. I would have to look it up. Sorry, you guys. This olive, whew, it's intense. Anya E says, how you doing, sweetie? Love your necklace, Dacob. Also, what are your thoughts on Noah since you're reviewing Cacharels? Noah is a nice one. Not for my skin, but I respect it a lot from afar. And I do have a couple of friends that really love Noah and some of its flankers. The necklace is Vivienne Westwood, by the way. Thank you for complimenting it. The crystal orb, first introduced in the 90s. Juan Rodriguez, Happy New Year's, everyone. May 2021 bring many blessings and happiness in everyone's lives. Hello, Rodriguez. This is Richard. Sorry, I confused with Gianfranco Ferre. Yeah, MK. Gianfranco Ferre was at Dior in the 80s, by the way. Audrey says, Happy New Year. I bought a perfume on your recommendation, on Rich Mitch's recommendation. Okay. So, Audrey says, what year is that, Dacob? The necklace? This is always in production. Oh, the perfume, number 5, Audrey. Audrey says, what year is that, Dacob? So the bottle, I do not know. As I said, I have to check if once I unbox it, if I ever, oh my God, I don't know. I don't want to ruin it. I mean, something has survived this long without being at all altered and damaged. I'm like, who am I to damage it now? You know what I mean? But to find out the batch code, I would have to open it and see what the bottle actually states. But these were, I mean, they were in production also in the 80s, these sizes. So it could be 70s, 80s, could even be early 90s. Rich says, I love vintage. Aisha says, oh, what a find. I know, 120 mil, you guys, pure perfume. I mean, it's just a perfect way to end the year and a perfect way to begin a new year. Totally. Is it a Grand Extrait? Lucas says, no, the Grand Extraits begin at 225 mil or 225 mil. Olfactive Stories like 120 mil. I know. Well, it's 116 to 120 because you know how it is in France with Chanel. They never kind of stated in the past the milliliters. They would just call them like the petit modèle, the grand modèle, the médian modèle, the très grand modèle. So the très grand modèle would be the 225 mil or the 250 mil. And the grand modèle is the 116 to 120 mil. Just like the 30 mil, the 1 fluid ounce is not really 30 mil, it's 28 mil. So that's why it's a bit tricky. Rich says that liquid noise is filthy. Oh yes, we love it dirty. And that's why we're drinking a dirty martini, by the way, Rich Mitch. Tina Manska says, gotta leave, be back later. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Tina. Jacqueline says, oh, can't wait for the number 5 unboxing video. What a gem. I know, I'm just like so scared to open it. I have to find a way to not damp, because I do have a couple of vintage Chanel No. 5 perfumes, like smaller, like 7 ml, where the sticker just loosened up on its own, so I didn't have to cut through it, so it's just perfectly intact. You could just lift the lid up and the sticker is intact. That's what I want to kind of try to figure out how to do it with this one. We'll see. I need more No. 5, but gonna wait till next year for my birthday, says Melly. Yeah, Melly, wait, because I'm sure they're gonna come up with some special edition for No. 5's 100th birthday. Audrey says, Rich Mitch, au de soir. Time to Musicom. Open it, open it, open it, open it. Everybody, let's chant. Open the Chanel No. 5. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yeah, no, Aisha says, oh, good idea, Melly. Guys, you should definitely wait for next year until Chanel releases officially, like, what birthday edition No. 5 are they going to release. If it's not some huge crystal bottle for $50,000, I mean, that's something else. But if they release for regular consumers special editions, I would like hold on, wait for that rather than purchasing a bottle now of the new No. 5. If you find a vintage, get a vintage. Obviously, I always say get a vintage if you can of No. 5. Rich Mitch, Audrey Jane, oh wow, what do you think? Okay, this is the private conversation between Bart Gorski. Hello, sweetie. What's so special CC's planning to launch to celebrate 100th birthday of No. 5? We do not know. They're keeping it all under wraps. They have launched so far for the birthday pre-festivities the new bath range, which is already released, and the hair mist, which I have here. I've reviewed this one a couple of weeks ago. That's a new one, kind of also for the birthday, but they're going to release, I would hope that they would release the original bottle of Chanel No. 5 again. But if they do that, I'm sure they're going to make it cost a lot. So I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be clever about their marketing strategy, because there's a lot that they can do wrong. You know what I mean? And there's a lot that they can do right. So it all depends how they're going to manage. Okay, 3 minutes to go until New Year's Eve. Juana Popa says, my favorite perfume is Lulu. More than 20 years. Creed, Virgin Island Waters, Kilian, Love Don't Be Shy, Carnal Flower, Frederic Mal, Coco Mademoiselle, Coco Noir, Chanel No. 19, Chanel. Oh, and so many others. Audrey says, again, about the perfume, haven't opened it yet, only delivered today, got the 100 ml and body moisturizer on offer for 140 pounds. So let's scroll the chats a little. Oh yeah, Aisha says, that's amazing you were used as a reference in a lecture, Dacob. Well, you guys, again, I know I'm pushing my friend Aisha, but get this booklet. I was also referenced in this little book, which is a wonderful, wonderful book that Aisha wrote on the wonderful world of Madge Gill. And Aisha was so sweet. She thanked me in the book at the end. There's a little thank you to Super Dacob. So sweet. Thank you so much, Aisha. And Madge Gill, the wonderful world of Madge Gill. Check it out. Google it. It's also available on Amazon. But if you contact Aisha directly on her Instagram, you could also purchase from her a signed copy of the book as well. Jack Dean says, hashtag should be sponsored. Yeah, totally agree, Jack, says Aisha. Olfactive stories. I've just bought Bel Respiro because I know the price will raise in a few days. I believe it will be 185 to 190. Now for 75 ml is exclusive. So, olfactive stories, it went up. So, I mean, I don't know where you are, but depends which part of Europe you're in. If you're in France, France has the most expensive prices, unfortunately. So, but it should be from 175 euro Okay. All right. I'm gonna be right back, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Hi guys, I'm just reading a couple of comments and I used the opportunity to go get me a new drink. So anyway, and freshen up a little bit the makeup. I'm looking at who to call. Does anybody else want to join the call? I think I'm going to call the next person here. Milan, are you there? I hope you're in the chat because I'm just going to call you right now because it's been a while that you've written me, so I do not know if you're still. Wait a second, I still got a hair in my. Damn it. Okay, so I can't really see the updated chat because it's scrolling. Okay, anyway, so I'm just gonna try calling you now. Let's see. Otherwise, I'm contacting. I don't think it's ringing. So Milan, I think you've left the building since you've written me. I'm just going chronologically through the people that have written that want to be. By the way, if you want to call in, okay, I think Milan is not there. All right. If you want me to call you guys, if you want to tune in live into the Fashion Bunker, drop me a direct message into my Super Dacob Instagram profile. Just write me that you want me to call you. Don't call me, but write me. Something fell down. Just write me that you want to be part of the conversation, live talk with me. If you have any questions to ask me, send me a direct message on Super Dacob, my Instagram profile, and then I will call you back. Basically, that's the idea. And now my internet. I'm like trying to make this work, you guys. Hold on a second. Oh, I totally forgot I have this. Oh, gotcha. All right. Phone is ringing. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Hey, you're live on YouTube in the Fashion Bunker. Welcome.
Thank you. What an honor. It's so good to see you.
Thank you.
Be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, let me just see if the audio is all right. Okay, talk a little. Let me see.
Hello, hello. This is a test.
Is it good? I'm listening. No, yeah. Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
perfect.
hear you.
No, it sounds good. Okay, all righty. How's it going, sweetie? Tell me, what's your perfume of the day?
Well, my perfume of the day is Gris Montagne by Dior.
Nice.
It's kind of like a signature scent-ish, although I wear so many perfumes that they help blend in together. So,
So they're like yeah. Wait, but did you layer it with something?
No. Today I'm just wearing Gris Montagne by itself. It's just that I have so many perfumes in my collection that I change every single day. So I kind of resort to Gris Montagne as my signature, but I kind of wear everything I have.
Yeah, but what do you think about like that Dior kind of now tries to sell them and says,
Well, the name change, the Gris Dior?
No, like that they like to layer things?
Oh, well, I'm not a huge fan of that concept, and that is...
Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Wait a second. Oopsie, this is my mistake. I pushed the wrong button. You guys, we're live. What can I say? So sorry. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, again, you're live on YouTube. Welcome to the Fashion Bunker.
Thank you.
Sorry, David. No, David, listen, I pushed the wrong button here because I got a little bit confused, but okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. No, so sorry. So I'm just going to repeat the question just because it was a bit confusing. So, you know that they try to sell them now? Because like I've counted them, there's almost like 30 privé, like Maison Dior fragrances, or there are 30. And I'm like, okay. And I know the sales associates always say, yeah, the idea is there's simple formulations. So you're supposed to mix and match them, create a combination that works for you. And I'm like, yeah, it's not really for me.
I would agree with you. It's not for me either. And it's pretty much the reason I don't pursue or buy from Joe Malone. Even though they're a renowned brand and they might make pretty good fragrances, but they're just, I don't follow that concept of layering. I think a fragrance should be able to stand by itself and take me places and encourage thinking and memories. So yeah, I do wear fragrances throughout the day, like yourself, and I do apply different fragrances. But I tried to have them mix and match all together, but not like at the same time. So I'd like the fragrance to stand up by itself during the time period that I want to wear it, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. And David, can you also tell us, so that our viewers also know, if in case they want to, I don't know if you want to share, but in the chat so that they can know to write to, you know what I mean? Like your username, do you want to say it or not?
Yeah, sure. It's, well, my name is David Santiago. I'm originally from Puerto Rico, but as of a year and a half ago, I endeavored an adventure and moved to continental USA in pursuit of finding myself and expanding horizons. Ironically, obviously, because of the whole lockdown situation, well, it's been cut down short, and it's been really hard to be away from my family and friends. Trying to create a new life here and trying to meet new people and new culture, new place. So it's been a challenge, but I have to thank you really for your dedication on your channel this year, for creating avenues like these to have this community to communicate with you and then with other viewers that are as passionate as you are for fragrances. So
thank you. Thanks, David. So what do you want to share with us what you do for a living or?
Well, I work for, I work with computer programming. So it's kind of like it's a boring job, I would say. I mean, you never get bored. There's always fire. So it's like I have to always put down fire. So I'm always on the edge, but mostly related to technology and computers.
Okay, so you can imagine how difficult it is to coordinate computer-wise this whole studio situation.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, what a mess. It's a total mess.
But you're doing such a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And what do you think? I mean, to me, honestly, it's so fascinating always to see how perfumes unite us all. No matter, that's why I like to ask people, that love perfumes, like, what do you do for a living? Not because I want to know what you do for a living, but I want to know how perfumes relate to that. Because, you could be a doctor and love perfumes. You could be a computer software developer, IT, whatever, and love perfumes. You can be a person who's a sales associate in a supermarket that loves perfume. You can be a a bus driver that loves perfume. You could be a painter that loves perfume. You could be a politician that loves perfume. And it's like so fascinating. That's why I posted, I don't know if you saw the other day on my Instagram, I posted this thing. I said, this is how it works with those quotes that I post, that I say on my Instagram. Usually it's from conversations that I have with people. And then when I say something, when something comes out of me, when I say to myself, oh, wow, okay, I take that from the conversation, from the chat, and I post it as my quote. So, for example, the other day I said, who cares about disagreeing on politics when we can agree on perfumes? And that's a conversation I had with somebody on my YouTube channel. Somebody posted, oh, Dacob, I hate your political views, but I love your perfumes. And then I said, well, who cares about the political views? Who cares about them if we love the same perfumes? I mean, that's all the conversation we need. And I found that so fascinating, how perfume unites, and it can overcome a lot of issues that we might have, like, I'm not just talking emotionally, but also ideologically speaking.
I agree.
I have the feeling perfumes can like bridge that gap between the differences that people can have, and perfumes can really bring peace. I mean, maybe I'm crazy to think that. What's your opinion?
It is not crazy, and I agree with you. Perfumes, just like music, food, and wine, they're forms of art and creativity, and I think that it incites unification of people. So I would have to agree with you. It's a wonderful vision, I guess, and that's one of the things that I appreciate most about perfumes. They're an outlet to creativity, to art, and I like discovering what it makes me feel and where it takes me, and I think that's why I also enjoy your reviews so much, because you give us your perspective.
Thank you.
It's not just about the notes and about the breakdown. It's more about, what's the background story? Where did it come from, and how does it make you feel? And I think that's very much important. We as humans, as people, I think, are losing the ability to speak about our feelings, to feel even. And I think that we have to reconnect and recalibrate that feeling or emotional part of ourselves and start feeling love again. I think that's how you love.
I totally agree with you. And I imagine for you, it must have been a cultural shock then, even more so, moving to America, speaking about being honest about feelings, because I guess if it was the first time that you ever came to America, you had to first learn that when somebody in America approaches you, or in the morning, whenever they meet you and greet you, they say, oh, how are you? But they don't care how you are. It's just a way of saying good day. I know.
It has been a culture shock, yes, because Latino, coming from a Latino background, us Latinos are very loud and explosive and emotional and very family-oriented, and we are very friendly and emotional. And then coming to continental USA, where everything is so transactional. Yeah. Even the good mornings at the office were challenging, because I would come in smiling and, hey, good morning, and everybody would be like, oh, good morning. Yeah. And here he comes again. Yeah. So it's been a wild ride, but at the same time, it's also beautiful, because you get to see different perspectives and why people are the way they are. And I think it's a great way to just understand the world.
It's a mess, though. It's a mess, though, because like even in restaurants, everything is just measured by the almighty dollar,
Very, very much so, yeah.
The caring, the attention, everything is just dollar related, really. It's like, even if you go into a restaurant, for example, I know in Europe, well, it depends. Well, Great Britain is now exiting Europe, unfortunately, from after New Year's Eve. But usually, if you are in a restaurant somewhere in Europe and you finish eating, you're left alone to just talk to your friends, to your party at the table, and just enjoy the time a little bit. In the States, usually what happens is when you're done eating, they're like, would you like the bill? It's like, go out. We need the table because we need the money from somebody else. You know what I mean? There's that whole attitude of consuming. In the moment, consume it, you paid for it, that's your limited slot of time you have that you paid for, leave. That's very America. Yeah.
It is a little nerving. but then again, I think that we can change that, and it's all about creating a new mindset. So
I agree.
And I praise you for what you're doing, because that's what you preach every single video. It's like, okay, never give up on love.
I know. And still, David, and still, let me tell you, and still there's a bunch of trolls that are just hating. You know what's so funny? And again, I always say I don't really care, because in order to thumb down a video of mine, you have to click on the video. And if you click on the video, you raise my statistics. So I don't care either way. Of course, I prefer the thumbs up. But it's so funny. I have a couple of people that are obsessed with me that the second a video is uploaded, so you didn't even have the chance to see the video, you just clicked on the video to thumb it down. It's like 2 people usually. And I'm like, wow, they must be so obsessed. And as I say, I'm living rent-free in their minds. But
Yeah.
But that's
there
so.
Could be robots too. They're just bots out there. Like.
But who would invest the time? Who would invest the time to program or to pay for a freaking bot to thumb down? I mean, it's ridiculous. Whatever. Let them do whatever they want to do. It's just so fascinating to see this culture we live in, social media wise, where creating content is oftentimes, well, you know, okay, I have to say, you know, the Facebook posts, the Instagram posts of people living their best life, photoshopping stuff to make it look like they're living these luxurious lives to make you feel terrible about yourself. That happens a lot too. But not all content that's put out there is like that, is meant to make other people look at you and suffer. You know what I mean? Like, some content is also created to share passions, to share information that people have collected, you know, to share, really to share information, because I do believe it's in the best interest of humanity to utilize this tool of the internet and the social media to really connect and share. But unfortunately, a lot of people use it not to connect and share, but rather to kind of detach themselves from the others and show how much better they are than others. And this to me is just such a wrong, it's such a waste of energy.
It's a competition, unfortunately.
Yeah, but what does it lead to? We're all going to lose. I mean, that's not a winning game.
Yeah, I agree. And what you said before about knowledge not being for sale, I mean, I totally agree with that statement. We should make knowledge accessible to people.
Yes.
So again, I thank you for everything you do, and then for all the preparation that you put into your videos, because I know that it takes a lot of a lot of time, a lot of effort to do that research and to grant us with this knowledge that is wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to know this. I know for a fact that I myself wouldn't have known a lot of things that you shared with us.
Oh, thank you so much, David. Yeah, no, I try my best, and also, you know, thank God. I mean, again, I try to see the silver lining in everything, and I know that this lockdown situation that shall remain unnamed is a terrible thing, and it's brought so much misery and pain. But I try to see the silver lining in this as well. And so I went through this kind of depressive phase somewhere mid-year. It was really bad. That's when, like, for a month I didn't post videos. It was kind of tough. But then I thought to myself, wait a minute. No, I'm going to, you know, like, share slapped me and Moonstruck, you know, snap out of it. And I was like, no, I'm going to utilize this time. Instead of self-pity and commiserating myself, I want to do something constructive here. And okay, so I lost all my jobs and gigs. Might as well dedicate this time to study more, learn more, and share more. And so this whole, you know, new approach to my YouTube channel initiated with, you know, with the live streams, more live streams, and now trying to up the interactivity modus operandi, and getting more in touch with sharing all the knowledge that I wish to share with others. And this is only possible, and this is the silver lining of 2020 for me personally, this is only possible because I did lose all the other gigs. So losing all the other gigs and all the other jobs, I have more time on my hands, and that more time that I have, I utilize to prepare for this. I wouldn't have had the time otherwise. So I'm kind of also grateful that I did have the opportunity to be able to dedicate more time to my YouTube channel and to prepare more and to share more, because it is very gratifying. It's super gratifying. Oh, Patrick Balboa just subscribed. Sorry.
Yeah. it is a great concept. I really appreciate this new modality that you presented. So
yeah, I'm just hoping that
innovative.
it is, right? And there's not a lot of people on YouTube doing this, and I don't think like anybody really content wise, I don't know. I haven't seen any perfume reviewers or fashion or whatever talk to their viewers like this live. Like we're in a studio together. I don't know. I haven't. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. But
well, this is fantastic. Again, so thank you for doing this new platform. I'm loving it, and
also
may continue to prosper like this.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed. It's just that, you know, I'm trying to figure out. The only problem with YouTube, as always, is, you know, you need a lot of subscribers. That's why I always say, guys, subscribe if you haven't, because only 8% of you who are watching me all the time are also subscribed, and it would make a world of a difference, because then the whole algorithm thing gains traction, and then you're showed to more people, and then we manage to get more ad revenue, because otherwise it's like peanuts at the end. You know, you come at the end of the month, you're like, huh, okay, so I've been working, yeah, so it's like 4 hours preparation before every video, right? Then we shoot the video, then we edit the video, okay, that's another 2 days. Then you got to do the thumbnails, you got to do the text, you got to do the cap. I'm like, okay, it's a full-time job, and then you know, it's literally a full-time job, and then at the end of the month, you're like, so the rent. How do we pay the rent?
That's true. That's very true.
And I'm just thinking YouTube should be a bit more, I think, giving, because they take a big percentage from the ad revenue. Like
I agree. And then the features that they offer should also be all across the board too. Like, I mean, I know that I asked a question a few live streams ago about iPhone not being able to support you.
Yeah.
YouTube. And I know that that's an Apple YouTube issue, but still, it's like, I don't know. Like, YouTube should be like a cross-domain thing. You know, it should allow things all throughout in all different devices.
No, totally. I mean, they do if you follow the direct link, but the join button is missing because they don't want to give Apple money. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like they already have enough money. It's not like, you know what I mean? I get it. They're fighting with each other. They're like, no, you know, you don't. I get it, but at the same time, I don't get it, because like at those levels, at those high economy levels in which they are earning billions, like you don't do these little greedy moves like this, you know, with no, we're not going to activate the join button because we're not going to give Apple money. I'm like, well, both of you are ripping people off. Both of you. Google is and Apple is, both of you. None of you has a clean slate. So why not just join it? You know, whatever. Anyway, they're just whatever. American concept of money makes money. That's what it is at the end of the day.
It is what it is. Hey, Dacob, just a quick question.
Ask away.
What do you think is the forecast for perfumery in the following years? I mean, given the circumstances that we've been going through, I know that vintages have proliferated, and people are resorting to perfumes that they wouldn't wear outside because they're currently at their homes, or they're meeting less people. We are now wearing masks, so it's, you know, people are less ashamed of being a little bit bolder, daring, and going for these powerhouse perfumes. Le Lion de Chanel is a release that seems to be, you know, an homage to those powerhouse perfumes of old. So I was wondering, what do you think is coming forth in the following years, like for perfumery? Do you think we'll get more exciting releases, or do you think we'll flip back to the same old boring releases that we've been getting as of recent?
It's such a good question. I think it's a really complicated question to answer, because, I mean, first of all, Le Lion de Chanel was conceived way before the lockdown, way before, you know, this whole situation. So it's not that Olivier Polge thought, let me create a heavy hitter because people are going to be locked down at home. So perfumes are planned out 3 years, 4 years ahead of time. So what we have seen in terms of releases of fragrance in 2020, those perfumes have been planned and were in the works, were being already conceived years before the situation we're in right now. So the perfumes that perfumers are starting to plan now are probably going to be released in 2 years from now. So the influence of 2020 on perfumes, we're going to see the results, the fruits, we're going to see them in 2 years' time, probably. But what we will see in the immediate future, and this is something terrible, that's why I bought those 30, 40 different perfumes and then 10 of each this year, because I know what's going to happen. I know that to cut costs, companies are going to water down their perfumes in the next year. So the new produced batches are going to be thinned down for sure. So the tendency, so what I want to say is what we're going to see in 2021, if you're going to have batch codes of fragrances that are produced from the mid of this year onwards, they're going to be lighter because they're going to try to save money there wherever they can. Chanel is going to raise their prices, which I already told you is going to happen. That's how they're going to try to make it happen for themselves. They're probably going to, and we're going to see another tendency in perfumery, discontinuation of many products. A lot of them are just not going to be sustainable anymore for the brands. So they're just going to cut them all off. Again, with Chanel, we saw it already happening this year. They cut off almost all their soaps. They're not producing almost any soaps anymore, except for the best sellers, like Chanel No. 5 soap is still there. Coco Mademoiselle soap is still there. Chance, I think, soap is still there. But Coco is gone. No. 19 is gone. And they're going to discontinue, you know, like, for example, from Pour Monsieur, you know, the aftershave lotion, the deodorants, they're discontinuing Dieu de Toilette or Dieu de Parfum, or they're going to discontinue the smaller side. The 50 mils are gone. They're just going to produce one size. That's how brands are going to cut costs. So we're going to see in 2021 and further on, for the foreseeable future, we're going to see drastic cuts in terms of the range that is offered to us. And whatever already existed before is probably going to have lower quality, and they're going to try to ask the same price, if not even more, for it, to compensate for all the economical loss that they have went through in this period. Now, granted, I do not believe that perfumery went through this huge loss, because I, for one, bought more perfumes this year than last year. And I think a lot of us perfumistas have, because, right. So I think that the cosmetic industry maybe, I don't know, might be suffering a bit more, but perfume industry, I don't think it should be suffering, because we're more at home and we're more prone to smell something beautiful to help us get through the day without too much of a depression out there. But at the same time, I'm noticing the discontinuation of many products. So rather than new releases and how the smell of the world is going to be in the next year, I'm thinking more regression. I'm thinking more cutbacks. So it's going to be scarcity. I think scarceness is the word du jour. In terms of what perfumes are going to smell like what new fragrances, new offerings we're going to get, I think the new mass releases that we're going to get are going to be very bland. They're not going to be daring. I do not think that they're going to go in a character strength direction. Le Lion de Chanel is really an oddball in this world. It's like a very rare instance that we get something so characteristically full and daring for our times. Most other brands just release, quite frankly, mostly it's going to continue the same trend. You know, we're going to see a lot of flankers of the fragrances we already know, another flanker of a flanker of a flanker. Because, again, why? Because the brands save a lot of money on flankers, because making a flanker means you profit from the name of the perfume that you've already paid in marketing and publicity for the people to get to know. So, you know, releasing another Angel Muse 2, another Alien, whatever, from Thierry Mugler, this or that. It's just like people already know. Another opium, what's it going to be? Opium, a black opium coffee, pink coffee, black opium, red coffee. You know, it's like, okay, we already know these perfumes, and we're going to get another 50 flankers because they don't need to spend a lot of money for advertising them, because those perfumes have already harpooned themselves into the minds of the consumer. So the consumer recognizes them immediately and thinks, oh, it's a nice little twist to the perfume that I already know. Let me buy it. So brands save a lot of money there. That's why flankers are very profitable for them. It's lazy, yes, and it's a quick way to earn more money. And I do not think that, and also, you know, honestly, I don't think that the consumer has learned much this year, because we're all spoiled at home ordering everything online. And so it's not like we had to struggle in terms of going out there, getting to discover new products. And, you know, it's like the brands don't have to struggle really with us. I think they have it quite easy with the consumer. And so they're not pushed to develop some great new innovation. I don't think they are. And it's sad. It's sad that it is that way. But I think it's going to take a couple of years before we have a perfume renaissance, if you may. I know this sounds really dark, but I'm kind of looking forward to these kind of little bit of a dark age of perfumery, because I believe that the future of perfumery is rediscovering the power of vintage and discovering the beauty that these compositions had in the past, and just loving them and treasuring them for what they are and enjoying them as long as we can still purchase these older bottles. That's the only way that we can teach these brands to actually step up their games, because if they realize that we're buying more of the vintage than the new, they're going to be like, huh, what are we doing wrong? Maybe we did go too cheap on our clients. And that, but for these brands to realize that, because these brands are multi-billion-dollar brands already, so they have so much money, before they start really feeling the scarcity of the cash flow, it's going to take time. And before they turn around their steering wheel, it's going to take time. And so we just got to kind of battle it out. You know, it's like a poker game. Like, who's going to stand longest? You know, are we going to fall into buying the watered down versions, or are we going to keep saying, no, I'm going to buy the strong stuff that I like, the vintage stuff that I like, and you can keep your new reformulated and watered down stuff to yourself. Thank you very much. There's always going to be people who are going to buy the lower quality products. But if more and more of us wake up and say, wait, hold on a minute, not so fast, Missy. If more people do that, then the brands will wake up, because the only music that they listen to is money, the ka-ching.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry for the long answer.
Wonderful, wonderful discussion. I'm looking forward to the perfumery renaissance too, so let's see what the future awaits.
Totally. Thank you so much for tuning in, David, and thank you for letting me call you.
Thank you for being key to my sanity during these very critical times.
Let me tell you the crazy.
Respect to you.
Oh, thank you so much, David. Yeah, the craziest thing, you know, for me, this is really weird. It sounds a little bit like paradox, but it sounds like a paradox, but it really works for me. To come back to reality and sanity, sometimes what helps me a lot is to watch a horror movie. I know this sounds crazy, like a horror movie, it's like crazy, it's totally not normal, it's like unreal, but it's so unreal that it anchors you back to reality, because you realize that you know, it makes you laugh about the crazy times we're living in right now. Like, what are you going to do, David? You're either going to, I could cry every day, but I decide to laugh about it because it's just so beyond, it's so beyond exhausting that you got to laugh to survive it. You know what I mean? And to me, like, a horror movie is kind of like a movie laughing in the face of reality. That's why I love horror movies so much, because it's a joke at the end of the day. Anyway, that's my little tip. I watch a horror movie and then I feel better.
I appreciate that. I'll take that into consideration.
Thanks.
All right, and also, my friend.
All right, sweetie. Take care. Happy New Year, David.
Thank you. Likewise. Take care.
Bye. All right, guys. Thank you so much, David, for tuning in, for letting me call you. And let's see what's happening in the chat. So if anybody else wants to get called by me, let me know. But I think also this was an experimental phase. Having these phone calls happening, having a live stream with the audience tuning in. So, oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Wait, I can't see. Oh, Jack. Oh, for good luck and positivity in 2021. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jack. So sweet of you. Mwah. Thank you. Happy New Year. Whoop, whoop. I'm going to drink in your honor, darling. I'm going to take a sip in your honor. Now, what I wanted to say is I just wanted to keep this live stream not too long, because I wanted to test out this new technique that I'm using and talk to a couple of you and see how you react to it, if you're liking it. Let me see if anybody else wrote me in the direct messages. No, there's not a big list. I guess a lot of people are shy. A lot of you prefer to not talk. Okay. Okay, so the chat is over 1 hour behind. No, let's read the new chat. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to skip to the new. Otherwise we're going to take like 1 hour reading. So thank you again, Jack, so much for the super chat. MK says, olfactive stories. I love the North and Lily's Manchester vibes. People there are as nice as the weather is terrible there. That's what we think of you guys in Paris. Aisha says, well said, Audrey. David says, thank you so much, Dacob. Thank you, David. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh, it's so sweet. Actually, you guys are all talking amongst yourselves. Okay, no, that's fine then. Melly says, I'm shy. Olfactive stories. People are really friendly and helpful. Everyday product. For 2021, Dacob needs to have girls rate Chanel fragrances. Just kidding, LOL. Yeah. Oh my God. The shade. If I drink too much, I'm going to start being really shady. You know, with chicks. Next up at 7 p.m. No, what is it? So in Bangladesh, it's 8, 9, 10. Okay, no. Bangladesh is next up. Bhutan is next up. Kazakhstan is next up. Kyrgyzstan is next up. Omsk, Russia is next up. So basically, but it's a bit confusing because I think some of them, no, it's not a 15-minute. Okay, it's a bit complicated because doing my research on the New Year's Eve celebrations and festivities, some country, and you would think it's always at the hour, but no, some of them are at 15 minutes within the hour. Really complicated. And after 7, 8, 9, 10, how many hours? After 12 hours after 10 hours into the new year, for some of these countries, it's really complicated. I'm so bad with timing, but it begins at 15 minutes for some countries. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're still on the hour clock. So the next midnight is in about 20 minutes. But before that, I wanted to hopefully manage to sneak in the unboxing because I really wanted to. So let's do this video quickly as an extra and record this as an extra so that I could post it tomorrow. Or wait, I should wait then. Oh gosh. Really complicated. Factor stories like Dacob's gonna roll on the table. Happy year to you and everyone here, says Sarvyet Tapar. Hey, how you doing, sweetie? Shade, hello, says Melly. Audrey says, get Simi on. I actually wrote Simi, but she, I think, is busy. Yeah, I think. Let me write her. Because I'm not so sure. I mean, she might be preparing for her, celebration, so she might be busy because I haven't seen. As I said, I missed a part of the chat, so I'm not so sure if Simi's in the chat, but I don't think she is. No. Okay, so where do I read from the chat? Just a second, guys. So. Yeah, no, it's good. I see all of you guys talking. It's great. Okay, so I wrote Simi. I'm not so sure she's there. But anyway, if anybody wants to be called by me, send me a DM, direct message me on Super Dacob Instagram, and then I'm going to scroll through the requests and pick a person out, and then I'm going to call you back, and then you're going to be live in the Fashion Bunker. Shops closing down. An egoist fan. Wait, I'm in the middle of the chats. I have no clue anymore what's going on. Okay, so let's scroll down to the end of the chat because this is super complicated. Oh, lie to me. I saw. Okay, hey, welcome to the chat. Caleb, hi, how you doing, sweetie? Caleb, Dacob, what's all of this Chanel talk? We need someone to call in and talk about Prada. Aisha, I think Dacob knows. Hopefully he will answer. What? Oh, good. I think I might need to get Bel Respiro. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Caleb, you want to call in to talk about Prada? Sure, you can. Like last time, right? We talked about Prada in the Ask Dacob. Oh, Aisha, Bel Respiro. I recommend Eau de Toilette. The Eau de Parfum is not really my thing. Yeah, price increase on Les Exclusives coming up in 2021. Yes, yeah, price increase is coming. And I mean, it's not a huge price increase, but I'm like, but they're already overpriced. So anything on top of that just is a huge price increase if you think about it, because they already cost more than they should. Just saying. Anyway, so I'm gonna have. I know olfactive stories I cannot compare with EDT. I know you can't. You haven't smelled it, right? Bel Respiro de Toilette. It's hard to describe the difference between the two. It's like the Eau de Toilette is heavier, greener, darker, deeper. And the Eau de Parfum is just, it lost so much of its character. It doesn't go into those caverns of green. It's like on the surface of the water, rather. You know what I mean? And yeah. In just a second. Check in the chats here. Okay. And so it's kind of tricky because if you never smelled the Eau de Toilettes of the Les Exclusives, right? And the first time you're discovering the Les Exclusives and the first ones you ever smell are the Eau de Parfums, the chances are you're going to really like them because, well, that's the reality of it. Those are the ones you know. So I wonder how it would be for a person that for the first time ever is confronted with Les Exclusives and is for the first time ever now and smells the Eau de Parfums that are available now and falls in love with them. How they would react if they afterwards, subsequently, were to get introduced into the Eau de Toilettes. What would they think about them? You know, would they prefer the Eau de Parfums because they knew them as first? Or would they acknowledge the quality of the Eau de Toilettes and say, oh, wow, actually, these are even better? Now, I'm talking merely about quality, about smelling out the balance of the fragrances, the harmonizing of the fragrance, of the quality of it, like how it goes in terms of just how they're, I don't know, how they're built together, which ingredients were used. You smell out the difference in the ingredients. And just, the Eau de Toilettes do smell richer, you know, and in particular, the first releases of Eau de Toilettes, because they did water them down with time. You know, the more time passed, the more the Eau de Toilettes became a little bit watered down. By the end of the run of the Eau de Toilettes in 2015 and 16, the last batches produced, most of them were very, very weak. They weren't in the beginning. I have one of the first batches of Bel Respiro, you know, the toilet form. I mean, it's incredible. It's just, you understand what Jacques Polge wanted to achieve with creating a perfume that resembles the mood and the vibe that Coco Chanel had while while spending time during her holiday, during her free time in her villa, Bel Respiro. And, you know, I did purchase one of the last batches of Bel Respiro Eau de Toilette before the Eau de Toilette was discontinued. I have a 75 ml still sealed, waiting to be opened because it's, you know, but I might open it one of these days because a lot of you are talking about Bel Respiro and a lot of you are liking it. There's some sort of renaissance of Bel Respiro, it seems to be. A lot of people are kind of waking up to it, because when it was first released, nobody liked it. I remember I was the only person who had it. Like I would ask people, it was like, oh no, I never smelled it. What is it? Now, like people are kind of are realizing that it's an incredible perfume. It really is an incredible perfume. I guess maybe the times are more ripe for the perfume. So maybe the time is also right to open the 75 ml, like last batch, one of the last batches produced of Eau de Toilette, and compare it to one of the first batches produced of Eau de Toilette, and see how the Eau de Toilettes degressed with time, you know, because they did. Chanel can tell you whatever they want. The quality of the Eau de Toilette, they just smelled weaker and weaker with every batch that they produced. They went there. They went there. And I also know with Sycamore, as much as I love Sycamore Eau de Toilette to bits, it was much more intense in the first batches. It was just, I mean, it would go on for days. And then the last batches produced a couple of hours, and then they're gone from the skin. I'm telling you, I mean, it's a thing. What can I say? With perfumes in general, you gotta, and there's nothing we can do, you guys. You know, it's like with every new formulation, re-release of something, they water it down, and what are you gonna do? You're just gonna be like, okay, well, you either pay the price, even for a watered down version, because it resembles just something that you loved so much and you just keep buying it, or you hunt down used bottles, which can be really, really tiresome because it takes a lot of time, a lot of research, and in some cases a lot of money, because a lot of the people selling these products, they know what they're selling and they know if it's rare, so they're going to demand a hefty price for something. Jack says, I think you've talked about it before, but do you like any of Le Labo's fragrances? I have the Noir and it's incredibly potent. Martina says, hello Dacob, what do you think of beige? Okay, so Jack, I do not, yes, I have spoken about Le Labo. I do not own any Le Labo. I think they are a little bit, I don't know, they don't talk to me. You know, they don't tell me the stories that I want to hear, really. So I haven't really dived into Le Labo yet. As much as I should, maybe, because it does merit a discovery. Le Labo, if you're listening, send me a discovery kit. So I could, like, in the comfort of my home, test them. It takes me a lot of time, you know, to get acquainted with a fragrance. So beige, so now to answer Martina, hello Martina again, beige is the only Les Exclusives really, even in Eau de Toilette form, in the Parfum form, in the Eau de Parfum, in all three concentrations. It's just not my cup of tea. I know it's one of the most popular Chanel Les Exclusives fragrances. It's a bestseller. And it's the only one I haven't reviewed, mind you, because I just don't know what to say about it. I just don't like it. Olfactive Story says, I don't mind a week longevity if I really love how the fragrance smells. I totally agree with you, Olfactive Stories. And Coco Chanel, and I've said this before, and probably you know I've said it before because I repeat myself a lot, but I never stress enough to repeat myself in this case. Coco Chanel used to say, you know, a perfume, it can be something very delicate, weak, little, soft, just a hint of a smell, but it adds to the aura, even if in a very subconscious way. And I believe in that. And I love when a perfume also can be that delicate. There are some perfumes I love them to be strong and some I love to be delicate. It's just, both are fine, you know, if that's what you're looking for. Helen says, I bought Yes I Am from Cacharel. Not sure what to think of it. Helen, did you purchase, because it's very tricky what Cacharel is doing there. It's very sneaky. Very, very sneaky, Helen, because maybe you bought a flanker. The flankers are terrible. I mean, it's all the same perfume. It just has a different, wait, I have it here. It's literally just the lipstick color changes. So do you have the first release or do you have a flanker? Because, I mean, I reviewed it. I guess you, Oh, super chat from MK. Thank you so much, MK. Wow, what a wonderful gift. Thank you. Ooh, thank you, MK. My Chinese red envelope to celebrate a new year in the fashion bunker. Thanks, Dacob, for all the creative contents you have produced so far. Hope you are deservedly better 2021. Thank you so much, MK, and to you too. And by the way, MK, I read your message on YouTube. I didn't answer to the really, really long one but you know what? I might read it here and we could go through it together because I want to know, since you commented in a public, underneath a video so everybody can see was a public comment that you made, I'm going to take the liberty to quote something from you. So I don't think you wanted to keep it a secret, but I was shocked when I read that part of your collection got stolen. So I wanted to go more into detail about that. Like, what happened? That the 255 was stolen, and I was like shook when I read that comment. But you know, it all happened when I was, you guys, something I didn't want to mention in this video because I start crying whenever I do, but I can't say it. I just start crying when I say it. It's terrible. But anyway, the reason why I didn't answer a lot of people in these past few days was because, you know what? No, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to cry. Pierre Cardin passed away. And it just shakes me to the core because he meant so much to me as a designer. And so I just didn't have that strength these past 2 days to really be fully there for everybody. I'm so sorry for that, but I just needed some time to get myself together again because it shook me to the core. I was like, God damn it, really? 2021, we're ending on this note. Pierre Cardin passes away just like literally 2 days before the end of the year. What the hell? Anyway. Okay. So, but I read your comment. I read all your comments. It's just that I didn't have the energy, you know, to really answer constructively because I was just feeling so down. But yeah, I couldn't mention it. I'd wanted to mention it at the beginning of the live stream with Pierre Cardin. It's just like, it just makes me... you know, it really, really, I don't know, it just pierces me through the heart every time. So that's why it's hard for me to talk about it still. But I will talk about it. It's just, it's going to take me some time to be able to make a video about it or just to address the whole issue with Pierre Cardin. Anyway, back to Kasher Helen. Yes, he was 98. Yeah. The first release, I think, Dacob, says Helen. Okay, so in this case... oh, thank you, Aisha. So sending love, Dacob, Pierre Cardin. In this case, so this is the first release. Actually, to answer to David again, asking about the trends for 2021 and on with perfumes, I think this is kind of going to be the trend. These mass released, interesting because it's okay, but it's terrible quality, but it's like okay. But for us, if we're used to more a different type of vibration and harmony within fragrances and the composition and the ingredient, if you're used to something more elaborate, better quality, then when you smell this, of course, this is junk. It's screechy. I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, I don't mind it, but then when it hits that dry down, like the dry down, you're like, oh my God, let's just wash my hand because it's terrible. But as it travels towards the dry down, it hits some high notes and some low notes. Like there are some good moments in here and some really bad ones. But I did review it on my channel. If you wish to see the review, you know, that's something. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh, it's almost New Year's Eve, you guys. We got 6 minutes to go. So, New Year's Eve. In 6 minutes, it's going to be New Year's Eve in Bangladesh, Bhutan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Omsk, Russia. All right, you guys. So I wanted to do the unboxing. We're going to do this after New Year's Eve then, okay? A drink to Pierre, says David. You're right, David. Let's drink to Pierre. Cheers, sweetie. Yes. Correct. I was thinking the same. David says, Dacob, I didn't ask you, what's your favorite liquor to drink? Ooh. Okay. So a liquor. I mean, this is not a liquor, but dirty martini is my favorite. So the vodka base with vermouth, whatever. That's kind of cocktail-wise my favorite. And very dirty, a lot of oranges. But liquor-wise, I'm not really one for the sweet stuff. Grappa, my favorite grappa, it would be the gentian grappa, made from the root of the gentian flower. That's why I also love Eau de Gentian Blanche by Hermes, because it's the only perfume that has that bitter smell. It smells so bitter. But then the Bulgarian rose makes, I mean, I love Eau de Gentian Blanche, and I think I haven't given it a proper review on my channel. You know what? I should really review Eau de Gentian Blanche, like make a proper review just for that one. I love it to bits. I love it to bits. And not many people like it because it's so bitter. And trust you me, the grappa, with the gentian grappa, which is made in North Italy, it is the most bitter alcohol, or the bitter liquid, or anything, the most bitter anything you would have ever tasted in your life. And I also love the root to make tea out of. It's also very bitter, but it's very good for the stomach, the tea. It is, so it's not a liquor. It's not sweet, you know, but I love it so much. And it's so bitter and so intense. You hate it in the beginning. You have to learn to appreciate its flavor and to love it with time. It takes time. But so from the sweet stuff, I think Sambuca is interesting just because I love when Sambuca is prepared the right way with, it's so funny in America, they never do it. They're like, oh, it's illegal, we can't do it. So you take a grain of coffee or two, you let them float on the top of the Sambuca in a little shot of Sambuca. It's a sweet liquory kind of flavor. And then you light it on fire, and then the surface just burns, right? They won't do it. I was in a cheesecake factory just last year, and they had Sambuca, and I said, hey, can you like light it up? If I said, she's like, no, we can't. It's totally legal with the smoke alarms and everything. I'm like, well, that's how you drink Sambuca. She's like, yeah, we can't do it. I was like, okay, forget it. But in Italy, they would always light it on fire. So you get the little Sambuca, it's light on, you blow away the fire off, and then you drink it quickly while the surface is steaming hot. And you have that little seed, that little grain, the seed of the coffee bean that's roasted on top, that's been burning with the liquid, and you drink that with it. Oh, delicious. Sambuca is delicious. I also enjoy, from time to time, Pernod, which MK will know about Pernod for sure. Pernod is... it's like a greenish, it has a greenish color tint to it. And I think it's made from anise. I love that one very much as well. It's a nice balance with a lot of ice in it in summer. It can be very refreshing because it's a nice balance between cool and refreshing. So Pernod is really loved. Sambuca for the sweet stuff. And Eau de Gentian, not Eau de Gentian, I don't drink the perfume, but the gentian flower grappa. Those are my three favorites. And then cocktail-wise or long drink-wise would be a very dirty martini. Olfactive Story says, I prefer grappa to gentian. Oh, you just like And then French, you're right, Dacob. Thank you. I don't know about what, but I don't know what I was saying anymore. David says, a drink to Pierre. Yes. Okay, now we can go down. Audrey says, I watched your 255 video. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. I have one question. I know you store your models either on a pillow or tissue paper. I read it's best to store them on their side. What are your thoughts? As I said in my video, I think I already explained that in my video, Audrey. So on the big ones, I store upright, the 255, but it's folded, so the bottom is rounded. So I have like a rounded pillow, so it stands like that. And the smaller ones that are a bit lighter, I lay them flat, but also on a softer surface so that they don't get pressed in. That's basically, so the bigger bags usually upright, the smaller ones laying flat. To store them on their side? Wait, so if this is a Chanel bag, you're telling me, oh, sorry, I hit the mic. From what you're telling me, imagine this is a 255 bag. You say it's best to store them on their side. This is the side. Like this? No, I would never store it like this. Never. I understand why people would say that, because they would stand up straight, but I no. Because the sides aren't made so sturdy. You could damage a lot here with the stitching, because the panels are stitched there on this. No, I wouldn't do that. If that's what you mean on the side, or do you mean laying flat on the back? I store them laying flat on their back if they're small, but then on a pillow or a soft surface. If they're bigger, they're upright, but then anyway, you know what I mean. It says, so yes, I love grappa, the pride of Northern Italy. Everybody says, Happy New Year, Dacob. Your hair is stunning these days. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you. Audrey says, sorry, I meant actually on its side. So the base is on the side. Right, yeah. No, I wouldn't do. With the 255, who told you that? Sales associates? At Chanel? Told you to store the bag? No, don't do that. Girl, I mean, this is what I thought. I have watched all your 255 videos and I have always modeled how you store your bags. I mean, I don't have a bag here now, but oh, here's a little box. So let's imagine that this is a Chanel bag. And if the bag is big, I store it up straight. If it's little, I store it laying flat, but I would never store it on the side. I would not recommend that. But I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody, I don't know. Maybe if somebody has a lot of Chanel bags and is telling you this is the best way to store them, I just don't have the space for that, would be to literally have, like in the Chanel factory, you know, I told you this in the video, hanging them on their chain and having like a rounded surface where the chain can lay on so that when they hang, the bags are hanging off their chains. Like that would be the best way to store them. But even then, if the bag is bigger, that chain pulling would kind of bend the bag inwards. So again, my personal, I can only speak for myself. From my personal experience, the best was always smaller bags flat on their back, bigger bags up straight as much as they can, if they're structured. The huge cotton sprayed with gold, you know, the Métier d'Art Egyptian fanny bag from Chanel that I have now. That one I also store flat. It's a big bag, but I don't store that one standing. It's not a structured bag. It's a soft bag. It falls in itself. So I just lay it flat, also on a soft surface, and it's dust bag, but and also some of my other smaller bags, the really, really boxy ones, you know, the timeless classics. Oh, I'll be right back. guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just got a delivery. Fashion Bunker, another little secret for the future. This is going to be really cool. But I have to keep that for later. Okay, for another live stream, I mean. So, so the small timeless classic bags, they're not time, you know, the rectangular minis, the square minis, those stay up straight. I leave those up straight. They're boxy. They have a flat surface, but they're also in there, you know, dust bags on a soft surface, but they always all stand straight. And the 255 flat, if it's a smaller one. Audrey says, I love my 255 shaped like an envelope. Don't ever want it to lose that folded shape. I also don't. I love that. That fold, it's just it's the epitome of elegance. No other bag in the world has that fold. I love that fold so much. Leather surgeons in America recommended it. I've had no issue storing them like yours with the tissue paper. Thank you for your reply. Ah, okay. Leather surgeons? Huh. Well, what do they know? Lied to me, says unboxing. This Johnny shirt, Robert. Oh, hey, Robert. Hey, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year, Robert. Happy New Year. This Johnny shirt. Yes, the Johnny shirt. And the Vivienne Westwood little necklace. Okay, you indirectly saved most of my Chanel bags collection, MK says, with your storage recommendations, but not my Hermes. Not my Hermes. 255 was unfortunately the only bag I had purchased at Rue Cambon. Noticeable white box. Oh, love it. Wait, you indirectly saved most of my Chanel bags collection with your... Okay, I don't understand, MK. What do you mean? What happened to the Hermes? You're going to have to tell me that. But, MK, I know you love my brooches and all the costume jewelry and all that stuff to see from Chanel. Well, this one's dedicated to you, my dear. We're going to do an unboxing now. Oh, God, this took months. I was waiting months for the delivery. And I think, MK, if you like this one, I think you could find it in Paris. So you guys, how this works, for those of you who, you know me already, this is terrible. By the way, this glitter, okay, we're going to get into it in the unboxing. This is how it works. We're going to fade to black. We're going to start a segment of the video. I will unbox it, and then I'm going to read a couple of the comments, and then I'm going to end the video, not the live stream. So don't think because I'm saying goodbye, never give up on love, and then it all fades to black. Don't think that the live stream is over. It's just that portion of the video that I'm pre-recording now to post tomorrow, that will be over. Okay, just letting you guys know. So, okay, let's do the unboxing together. Hit it. This video was recorded in front of a live virtual audience. Hi everybody, Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Today we're going to do an end of the year to celebrate also the beginning of a new year, the end of 2020, which is a year, and the beginning of a wonderful new, prosperous, hopefully full of hope, new year 2021. And we're going to be unboxing Chanel. And it's newly released thin paper bags, which are supposed to be more environmentally friendly and recyclable. Before we get to the unboxing, I would like to thank all of my members and patrons for sustaining and helping support the channel. You can also become a member today of the Fashion Bunker by pushing the join button next to the subscription button on my channel. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together. Thank you so much to my patrons and to my members. And don't forget, you can also and should also subscribe to my YouTube channel. That doesn't cost you nothing. And it helps the channel a lot because by subscribing, you let the algorithm know to promote the channel more to other people, and then more people get to see also my videos. Thank you guys so much for that. Let's get to the unboxing. Now this, I really wanted to unbox before the end of the year. Actually, I was so lucky. The story behind this, it took 2 2 months, maybe even more. To get this, but finally, because everything, lockdown and things are not working or are working only partially. Anyway, Chanel has this new concept of click and collect. They call you and they say, okay, your thing has arrived. You can pay online and then you can like come pick it up, or we send somebody to deliver it to you. Basically, that's how it works now. So, which is kind of cool. But I forgot to tell my sales associate to not give me the glittery 2020 holiday season Chanel stuff, the camellia and the glitter sprayed the tissue paper inside. There's glitter everywhere. It's really bad. It like keeps falling off. You can see here on camera, this camellia is full of glitter, full of it. And you can see the new paper bag consistency. You can see how they glued it there. You can see a bit of the glitter there. Glitter all over this thing. It's very fine particles of glitter, but it's just all over the hands. You can't really see it. And now I'm like talking and you think, where's the glitter, Dacob? It's there. It's just so fine. There's too much lights here to see it. Anyway. So, here's the bill. Anywho. All right, let's do this. I got the little tiny thing. Oh my gosh, also full of glitter. This is going to be, I think, one of those rare instances, if not the only instance, where I will dispose of this glitter. Because you guys, this stuff can damage your bags. It can damage your costume jewelry, anything. Like you have to really, and also don't get it in your food. You shouldn't eat this either. So, it just ain't good. These glitter, I'm not even going to touch it. I'm just going to, like I always do with the unboxing, I'm just going to slide it off like I always do, so I do not even affect the, okay. Oh my gosh, you guys. The glitter of it all. No, it's still invisible. Okay. But you can see the glitter that fell off all, look at the box, it's full of glitter. I can't. Wait, let me take a... No, you know what? No, I don't like this, Chanel. This is really... First of all, it looks super cheap with the glitter all over the place. And then I do not want it falling on top of this gorgeous little piece. This is very symbolic. I wanted to unbox this. And I was so happy. I think Coco Chanel made it happen. Literally. Because, I also just received... Literally on New Year's Eve day, the postman brought the perfume, the Chanel No. 5 vintage bottle that I ordered secondhand, hunted it down, and Coco made it happen that it arrived on New Year's Eve. The same with this. I have the feeling everything is like holistic. Everything happens for a reason. And I really wanted this for New Year, the symbol for a positive 2021, you guys. As I saw this, I thought, oh my God, Chanel 80s is back. Any guesses what it is? We're going back in time. I don't want it to fall out. Look how adorable this is. This is old school Chanel, you guys. We are back in the business. And let me tell you, this little brooch, when I saw it on the website, it's like not one of those that you see and immediately you fall in love with them, because there's a lot to see on the Chanel website. But this one, you got to discover it. This is quintessential, and it's so heavy, gold plated. It's insane. Oh my God! And that huge crystal in the middle. I don't want it to fall. Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh! It's so thick and heavy. That's the back. And this is yellow gold. This is 80s Chanel gold, and it's just so beautiful with glass pearls. It's a tiny little shape, but this crystal that they put in the center is ginormous. Very elegant. I mean, elegant, tacky, but it's a Chanel cross. It's just so quintessentially Chanel. Yeah, they had to put the double C there, but it's so golden and blingy that you don't even really see that double C. It's there, but the brooch is not a double C. I don't like really double C brooches. It's just, this is just, look at this old school Chanel. Oh my gosh. Now, they've updated for the smaller brooches, which I find really fascinating. too far away from the camera to show you the detail, but the actual needle, very elegant. It has now the needle has the logo 2 times the double C on both sides, as well as the little lock here. So the lock is stamped. So this is something only you know. It's not something to show off to the rest of the world, which I love. It's something intimate for you to know that this is a Chanel piece. So your little lock in the back here, is going to have a double C. It's so tiny you won't be able to see it here. It doesn't matter. I can just explain it. And then you're going to have a double C right there on the needle, on that side of the flattened metal, as well as on the other side here. Right there. So, needless to say, I cannot put this is a silk shirt. I'm not going to put the brooch on a silk shirt right now, but obviously I'm not going to perforate the shirt, but it's a tiny, oh, you know what? I can't show it to you here on the collar. It's just so heavy. You need to really, I think we can put it here just to show you a little bit more how it looks like. By the way, so, oh gosh, this video is filmed in front of a virtual live studio audience. So I have a lot of people in the chat, and I'm going to read the comments in a second. So it's a very heavy one. So you see the collar is kind of pulling, but the collar is a cotton shirt underneath the silk shirt that I'm wearing. It's 2 shirts, but it's just majestic. It's really tiny, but for what it is, it's hefty. And for Chanel standards, a really good price. We're under 400 euro with this one. Like it's something that actually I should have been like 600 and upwards, but it's not. So let me read the chats. Audrey says the glitter is so tacky. I don't think glitter is environmentally friendly because, well, there is, you know, Lush made an environmentally friendly glitter out of algae, like seaweed. So there is a way of doing environmental or even edible glitter, but Chanel, I don't think they're using environmentally friendly glitter, no. Dacob, I was looking at that brooch last night, and also the other Maltese cross one with the green and pink, says Aisha. By the way, you guys, if this little collection, this little kind of capsule, like this little set, this little parure, they have the brooch, a little hair kind of pin thing, earrings. There's like, if you're not into the brooch, but you like these colors and this like yellow gold and the crystal, they actually have other costume jewelry from this set that you can also purchase instead of this. So this is quintessentially 80s Chanel. This is like so Byzantine and so 80s. This is like return to old school Chanel. I fell in love with it the second I saw it. Ada says, by the way, Dacob, I sent you a DM on Insta, the slide of the lecture with, oh, your video cover we were talking about in your call before. I'll look for it when I'm done with the video. Thank you. MK says, whoa, the brooch is amazing. I like some of their crosses from the fall winter collection, but much less playful than during Karl Lagerfeld's heydays, right? But I think this one, you guys, I think this one is the pre-collection. And again, what do I always say when it comes to costume jewelry? Usually the most heritage Chanel pieces are in the pre-collections. That's where they go with tradition, which is what I love when Chanel hits that chord. And the main collections usually know the main fall winter, the main spring summer. They're usually more experimental, not so really my thing. But the pre-collections, which are the collections in between, those are the ones where these amazing pieces are in. So I think this was a pre-collection. I mean, it's just so gorgeous and not too small, just right, but it's so heavy. I think if this one were bigger, it would just be too heavy. It's really, really amazing. I highly recommend it. It's like a return to old school Chanel in the best form. Yeah, MK likes the Factor Store says, bye guys, I need to go now. Have a nice evening and Happy New Year a little bit in advance. Thank you so much, Olfactive Stories. Have a wonderful evening, sweetie. MK says, the little CC behind the brooch detail, egoist, selfish detail, very, very Hermes and very French luxury. I know, but I love that little selfish detail just for yourself, for you to know. Just like, where is it? Oh, here. The, I can actually put it on this ear. Why was it on the other ear? The Chanel scarab earring, which also I can actually show you the back. It has hidden hieroglyphics. It's something that only you know because you're wearing it. Look at all the hidden signs on the back of the earring. They're amazing. It's like a whole art piece hidden. Only you know of it, nobody else. Oh, so the Métier d'Art collection, Carl's last collection, the love of my life, that collection, 2019. Aisha says, Biofactive, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Amina asks, what's my favorite brooch? Oh, gosh, I love them all. They're all my babies. It goes through moments when I prefer one to the other. I really wouldn't know. They all give me so much joy and happiness. They're all just so, I'm very, very selective. I don't just buy one, sometimes not even one in a year, or one or two a year. That's it. And I wait until the right one comes, and each time the right brooch comes, it tells me a story, and it's a different story. So every brooch is a different story. It's a different love. You know what I mean? So I couldn't really pay. It's like choosing between your children, which kid you like the most. You can't. Dacob, I will contact my sales associate right from this Saturday, says MK. Oh, MK, are you going to get the brooch? Let me know if you get the brooch. I hope they still have it in stock. Let me know if you get it. It's so hefty and heavy. It's amazing. It feels so substantial. And it's just, oh, I love it. And it looks so delicate because you would think, well, let me take it off again so I can show you the detail. You would think that it's so delicate because these little round bits in which the glass pearls are in, they're like literally almost full circles attached to this square bit. So you think, oh, are they going to break off? But no, they're so thick on the side. I mean, it's very heavy. I've never had such a small Chanel brooch be so heavy at the same time. Guys, and it's modern too. It's not just 80s. It has I love it. What can I say? I love it. I'm so happy with it. Smokin' Oaken, hi, how you doing, sweetie? Hey, Deco. Can't stay, but wanted to wish you and your subbies a healthy, happy, and prosperous New Year. See you on the other side. Thank you so much, Smokin' Oaken. See you on the other side. Have a wonderful, happy New Year, dear. MK says, yes, I will get it. Well done. And I mean, check the price online on the Chanel website. You're going to see, like, this is not one of those pieces that went up in price with all their price increases. This is what I mean by you got to know what to look for when you're looking for Chanel. If you want the crystal little double C earrings where the crystals fall off, that tacky stuff, that's way overpriced. Some of them cost more than this brooch. Of course, they cost more because Chanel knows that a lot of people want those. But these are the pieces that you buy only if you really understand Chanel history. That's why not many were produced. That's why not many people buy these. That's why on the website not many people even look at this one. And that's why the price of this one is much lower when compared to their best sellers. But this is quintessentially Chanel. The double C earrings are not Chanel. They're branded Chanel, but Coco herself never would have worn something like that. She would have worn this. This is typical for Coco herself. She wouldn't have had the double C, but granted, on this case, the double C on this little pearl is just so minimal that it's forgettable in a way. It's there if you really look at it. I'm like showing it so close up, but if we are to put this brooch on a lapel, it's just so far away from whoever's looking at you, they won't see the double C. Also because all of the gold and this crystal reflecting light, it's just so cute. And I love it. Like, depending how you turn it, it's like an X, it's like a cross, it's an X. It's just so futuristic and historic at the same time and very heavy. Love it. MK says, I have something similar, a butterfly from the Seoul collection. I love this shape, But this one is more vintage, less experimental. Yeah, this is less experimental. This is like Chanel. You know what I mean? From the good old days. This is, it's just amazing. I wouldn't have minded also if it were bigger, but honestly, MK, you're going to tell me, when you get it in hand, it's so heavy. It's so heavy. I've never had a Chanel brooch this small be so heavy. So you're going to see, if this one were double the size, what are you going to put it on? It would break through the clothes. It would tear whatever jacket you would wear because it would be too heavy. So, so the heft justifies the size. And it's the first time that I am actually happy with a product that's so beautifully made, even though it's not made in France. This one is made in Italy. And at first I was like, nah, but it's too beautiful. As I say, I always buy my Chanel made in France, except for those pieces when I really fall in love with them and there's no other choice. This one was produced in Italy, but the quality is there. I am so shocked. It's just so, it's really beautiful. Really, I mean, no words. Super happy to end, you know, something golden, sparkly, to initiate, you know, to end a year and to initiate a new year with hope. This was a symbolic thing. That's why I needed to really unbox it before midnight. And I really wanted to, you know, have that. So thank you guys so much for watching. Oh, Edo says, I agree, Dacob. Coco would have loved it. It reminds me a little bit of the Venetian Byzantine architecture that she loved. Oh, it has, oh my God, Edo, you're so right. It is so, actually, it's very Venetian, Byzantine Venetian, very much so. This could have been one of those ornaments. It would have been turned this way upwards. On the Basilica di San Marco, it would be like, a lot of the ornaments are lifted, are more flat, and you have to go up on the top of the basilica, look down to see them. This would be one of those hiding elements on the basilica. It's amazing. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece, you guys. If you manage to get it, I highly recommend it. This is, by the way, the only brooch that I consider worthy of getting this entire year from Chanel. This is, in fact, the only Chanel brooch I got this year, because this is the one that really represents history of Chanel. So they nailed it with this little tiny piece. It's really, really amazing. So this little tiny baby is Dacob approved. Thank you guys so much for watching. Caleb says it would have been more appropriately packaged with a gold glitter camellia. Oh, actually the camellia, this is it's kind of a gold silver. It's a mix of both. Oh my God. No, I don't want to even lift it. It keeps falling. That's so gross, these camellias. But MK says, I have to go be back in 30 minutes. All right, sweetie. So guys, thank you so much. On the side bar here, you get to see all the patrons and the subscribers and the members of the channel, as well as the super chats. Thank you so much. You can also consider today becoming a member of the Fashion Bunker. You get a lot of perks when you become a member, but also you get a lot of perks when you become a patron, and you get to see a lot of videos that don't come to YouTube or that come to Patreon or to the members before they hit YouTube, and they're all ad-free, as well as coupons for special prices for the merch store, the Fashion Bunker merch store. And then you also get the badges and the exclusive emojis, only available to the members. So guys, that would have been the last Chanel unboxing of 2020, and it's a very symbolic one. It's little, but big things come in small packages, as they say. Emotionally and historically speaking, this tiny little piece has a big history behind it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time. Oh, don't forget, before I say the last part, follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. Super Dacob all spelled together, but also my Chanel Instagram profiles. One is called Coco Chanel is in my house, all spelled together, where I share my Chanel collection and everything that what the brand is up to these days. And then the other profile is called Coco Chanel Privé, all spelled together. Profile I curate dedicated to the past of Chanel, everything that has to do with Coco Chanel when she was alive, and everything that she did creatively while she was alive. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time, have a wonderful end of the old year and a wonderful and happy new year. And never forget, no matter what year you're in, to never give up on love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. And hello, everybody. I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. So yeah, that was a little brooch. I'm going to put it back in its little box. But first I want to... Oh my God, the glitter. I can't. What was Chanel thinking with these camellias, you guys? They're like dreadful. Dreadful. Really dreadful. Let me just put the brooch away so it doesn't get more of this camellia dust on it. And then I'm going to have to clean it all once the live stream is over because I really don't want any of this camellia glitter on the brooch. Ew. It keeps, you just like, you don't even touch it and it just all falls off. What were they thinking? Put it to the side. Okay, let's have a drink. So, okay, let me check. Ah. Oh, Edo, thank you so much for sending me the picture. Here's the slide with the video cover. You guys, okay, I'm going to show this, Edo, because you sent it to me and we had the conversation. But this is so funny. Wait, how can I hold this so you guys can see? Yeah, you can't really see it, can you? So there you go. That was on Edo's university. The teacher showed the commercial for Opium pour Homme and then my cover of my video where I reviewed the perfume. This was used in a university. So I'm thrilled to know that I was a part of an educational moment with well, when it comes to perfumes, when it comes to my YouTube channel, because, you know, I do put a lot of love and effort into it. So it's wonderful to see that. And, you know, to be able, I mean, to find out that somebody in a university teaching something decided to use my work for that's incredible. It's really, really, I'm honored. And also, again, it's going to be hard for me to say this. You know, I was also very honored when the team that was making the documentary on Pierre Cardin contacted me to ask me if they could use my video in their documentary movie. And my video on Pierre Cardin, how to pronounce Pierre Cardin the correct way. And I mean, immediately I said yes. And I got no money. I did not ask for a penny. Nothing. I didn't want any money. I was like, it's Pierre Cardin. It's for Pierre Cardin. Yes, I grant you permission to use my video in your documentary. Are you kidding me? It would be my honor. Yeah, and the movie premiered just a couple of months ago in Paris. I don't know. I'm just so happy to be able to say at least that I was in some way, shape or form a part of his legacy just by having this little tiny, tiny bit of my work, you know, in some way, shape or form connected to him. Just means really the world to me. Like really means the world to me. And just and now knowing that that's the last documentary shot on his life during his lifetime and that I'm a part of that in some way, shape or form, just I'm so happy to have been a part of that. And I don't know. We have lost another huge talent, incredible human being, incredible, just a genius. You know, he was an architect, an artist, a poet in many ways. I mean, also a shrewd businessman, a stylist, a drawer, a painter. Oh my gosh, Pierre Cardin, you have to understand, you're not even aware. I mean, we are not even aware of how much of what we utilize in our daily lives is actually designed by him, has been designed first by him and then implemented and utilized by other companies, you know? So his creativity still to this day permeates the world and the things, the objects we use. That's how influential he was to our society. And it's a wonderful thing to know that this human being has lived and was so creative and prosperous in his life. And it breaks my heart to know that he's no longer with us, because, you know, we're left with, you know, they keep dying, but new ones aren't being born that are that good. That's my problem. That's my big issue that I have with this world we're living in, you know. It's like we're losing all the good ones, and the new good ones are not there, really. And whatever is there now, I just, you know, I know this sounds like a bit negative, but it's just so dreadful. All the Maria Grazia Curies and the Kim Joneses and the Riccardo Tishis and all that. I really don't care for them. I feel like they're hyped for no reason, you know. Well, they're hyped for a reason, because the type of stuff that they make appeals to the masses, but it's not memorable. It's not memorable. It's not groundbreaking. It's not going to change or revolutionize in any shape, way, or form fashion, nor will it go down in history as something worthy of remembering. Yeah, it will be worthy of remembering in terms of, oh, look at the hiccup the brands went through in that era with that designer before they maybe found better shores to go to later on with other designers. But you know what I mean? This is a terrible time in history for fashion. Fashion is really dead. I mean, I said this years ago in a video of mine, but like, it's we're going through a very, very, very bad time for fashion, you guys. Very, very bad time. Ada says, you can also notice the university watermark in the bottom of the picture. Oh my gosh. I just says, Ado, that's so cool. What a great university. How can you watch that documentary? I did try to look for it a while ago. Congratulations on the film. You'll be forever connected to PS, says Aisha. Yeah, I mean, it means the world to me. It really means the world to me. Ado says, you absolutely deserve it, Dacob. Hope you can be part of other amazing projects like that soon. Yes, I would love to. And also, you know, people sometimes ask me, like, oh, would you like to teach? And I was like, yeah, sure. University can just invite me. I can give lectures. I do give lectures, actually. So you just have to, you know, invite me and I'll come. Debbie says, I am missing my 1980s sweater by Pierre Cardin all over again. Yep. Debbie, that's so amazing, no? Yeah. Oh. Edo says, I totally understand you. I feel we will never have someone like Pierre, Coco, Elsa, Cristobal, Thierry, and many others again. No, we won't. We won't. I mean, Thierry's still alive, doing not so much, but he's still alive. And Jean-Paul Gaultier, also another one. But you know, it's the end. It's the end of an era. I just wanted to swear, but I'm not going to swear. But it is the end of an era, you guys. It's the end of a freaking era. What can I say? Anybody wants to call in? David Santiago. It's just that, as with any art form, creating a work that will stand the test of time is extraordinarily difficult. Yes. It is. It's extraordinarily difficult. You guys, listen, this was a great experiment. I think we can also close it here, because whoever wanted to get called got called. The other ones are a little bit too shy. And then some of you wrote me, you know, and I blabber on. And actually, a lot of you wrote me. Now that when I wrote you back, some of you have tuned out. And it just takes me a long time to talk with the people. So people that were waiting online have left the chat. Oops. But next time, hopefully, next time you join. I mean, this was wonderful. We spent, how many hours did we spend? Like 3 hours together, right? Oh. 4 hours, you guys. 4 hours. We've been live streaming 4 hours. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to take another little sippy. I wish you all a wonderful new year. And this was just meant to be actually a 2-hour thing. Turned out to be a 4-hour thing. I just wanted to share some New Year's Eve vibes with you guys. Tell you you're not alone. We're all in this together. I know they keep repeating it, but it is emotionally, we're all connected. And I will be live streaming again next Saturday. I will be live streaming in 2021. The first live stream of 2021 will be on Saturday. As usual, it's 2:30 p.m. LA time, 5:30 p.m. New York time, 10:30 p.m. UK time, 11:30 p.m. Paris time, 9:30 a.m. of Sunday, Sydney time. And wishing you all the best, you guys, all health, happiness, success, joy, prosperity, a lot of wonderful perfumes, wonderful smells in your lives. You know, may 2021 be your shining star. It's not going to be the easiest year for none of us, but at least there's hope. You know, the administration is changing, so that, like, a new president, yay. And then there's this vaccine, whatever, if it works or not, we don't know yet, but it's there. There's something is happening. Stuff is moving. We're going places. In our minds, thanks to our fragrances, we can travel to places, but that's the world we live in right now, and we're going to make the best of it. And if we can't make the best of it outside, or outside, or outside, or outside, or outside from our homes, we can make the best of it inside, by tuning in and watching each other and talking to each other here. And that's how we spend time together, and we're not alone, or we're less alone. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Aisha says, thanks for the great live stream, Dacob. Thank you, Aisha, for tuning in. Debbie says, Happy New Year to all when it arrives, when the New Year arrives. Antigone, hey Antigone, how's it going, sweetie? Wishing a Happy New Year. Thank you for the stream. Although I didn't see all of it, I enjoyed the pieces I saw. Antigone, I'm going to post this one right away, so we can actually, you know, you could rewatch it if you want to, and people now in the New Year phase can kind of watch it if they like to spend some time together. You are the best, and yes, we are not alone. We are all connected. Yes, thank you. David says, thank you so much for all your experience and knowledge. Thank you, David. Audrey says, Dacob, hope you're doing okay. Really love and enjoying these live streams, and really appreciate you creating this fantastic platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Audrey. Thank you. Oh, what is this? I think I got, oh, it's salt. Or? I was scared it was a glitter thing. I didn't want to drink a glitter thing. Much love to everyone, says David. Happy New Year, guys, says Aisha. Goodbye, everyone, says Amy. Wonderful live today. Happy New Year. Thank you, Amy. Have a wonderful Happy New Year. And never forget to never give up on love, says David. Audrey says, damn that glitter. I know, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. What was Chanel thinking? They all want to kill us with the glitter. The Budget Luxurist says, have a wonderful New Year. Thank you, the Budget Luxurist. You too. So, guys, remember to get your Eden by Cacharel, whether it be the original formulation or the new formulation. I will be comparing them, and I will be reviewing Eden in my next live stream coming up this Saturday, so we could review it together. And in the live chat, I can, you know, ask you like what your opinions are on it. So that's something to look forward to. And there's going to be more surprises coming up on Saturday in the next live stream. I will schedule it right after this live stream is over, so you could also see the times when it's going to air in your country, in your location. Other than that, have a wonderful Happy New Year. I love you all. Stay safe, healthy, help others around you, and just stay safe and spread the love. And never forget to never give up on love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Happy New Year. Mwah.